Alright, thanks. That you're talented. What accent are you talking about? Wait, I forgot I was muted still. Let's see. The Shugen, though practitioner of Morenji family, would acquire an Abhinja after 100 years of training. If you were able to acquire even one of the 6 Abhinjas, you're qualified as a Tengu. By the age of 10, I acquired 3 of them. Shinkutsu to run long distance, Taishinsu to read other minds, and then Roshinsu, awareness of one's own lifespan and destiny. That is the kind of stuff you expect from the family's greatest genius. Dear me, I'm such a luxury. I've been a delightful man since I was born. What about this? Don't go tell anyone. I hope this can stay between just me and you, Da Vinci. Thank goodness Count Pepperoni is such a gourmand, and it's been 26 days since we arrived in the Fairy Kingdom, and during all that time we haven't had a full course meal. A mix of talent and Japanese cuisine. Yeah, Toria and Gareth seemed apprehensive about eating it at first, but they devoured it in the end. Old Baron was out of his seat, though now that I think about it, it's weird to see him eat. Anyways, it's getting late. We'll have a lot to think about tomorrow, so I think it's best we rest now. One party would scout out Spriggan's belt for us, while another investigate the comedy pool in the sky. We can split up the first thing in the morning, and afterwards we'll know about what we need to plan for. Well then, good night, Yuki. The camp prepared private rooms for us. So take it easy tonight, okay? Oh. Or Rickson's just like that. Unlike the rest of you, I can't fight. I have to at least do some scouting for you. You're heading to bed, are you? We've been out on the plains for a long time now, so it must be nice sleeping in a proper bed again. Not only did Otori reach Norwich, but Mash appeared as another child prophecy. In this case, there's no way Morgan won't act. I have to keep careful eye on Camelot for now. No sweat, I'll be back by sunrise. Well then. No. Excuse my curtness, but are you alright? I seem overworked. Yeah, when we were talking about Spriggan and Mash earlier, I thought you were gonna get up and storm the Veldt first, then and there. But you kept quiet, you didn't change your priorities. All you wanted was to see Mash, but your responsibility as Master of Chaldea held you back. It was a smart decision, but I could tell it bothered you. I could see it on your face. Our interests are different, aren't they? Well, I did say that, but I didn't expect you to meet her so soon. I shouldn't have said those things. No, it was nothing. I just had something I need to tell you. You said Mash hadn't recovered her memories yet, that she had forgotten her name in the nameless forest. The Vinci hypothesis was correct. If someone loses their name in that forest, and before recovering their memories requires a more powerful role than their former self. If inquiring new self, sometimes it might not be possible to go back to their old self. I don't know how she got caught up in the whole child prophecy thing. Do you believe that the girl you knew as Mash once held a greater role than the child of prophecy? A Herculean burden of shouldering the hopes of countless people, the inscrutable torment of being responsible for the fate of an entire world. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I cannot imagine anything greater than that. The Mash you sought is gone. But to expose the riddle of the Fair Kingdom, we only need one child prophecy, and we already have Autoria. So is there a need for you to care? If Mash will never remember you, if she will return to being the girl you once knew. Of course there is, I can see it on your face. It was a dumb question, I'm sorry I wasted your time. If this is what you decide, I'll do what I can. Leave it to me to figure out the state of this world. Let's go, Vesper, Speed Star. Prepare to take off. Hey, good morning. Did you all have a good night's sleep? All thanks to you. In any case, we should have a serious talk before breakfast. I want to consult you about Norwich security, but... Oh, Baron, you go first. You have something to share with everyone, don't you? Thank you for the thought count. I'll share a few words then. Last night, I scouted the area around Norwich, as well as the circumstances at Camelot. As far as the rain clouds over Norwich, the calamity pool is gaining momentum. The rotation velocity of the vortex is increasing, that is. I didn't notice until now, but it's giving off a tremendous amount of magical energy. If we liken it to pure fuel, it would be enough to burn all Norwich to the ground. I've confirmed the same. Yes, there is nothing more than rain clouds. This morning, I was able to measure an amount of magical energy comparable to a supersized nuclear reactor core. A supersized nuclear reactor core, huh? What would that be like? The machine gods of Olympus? Not on the level of machine god, but in Chaldea terms, it will be equivalent to 2 months of electricity used. Does that amount include the upkeeps for servants? Chaldea is really an amazing place, isn't it? To be able to consume that much magical energy in such a short time, you know? Anyway, the situation in Norwich has degraded compared to yesterday. Citizens were on the edge this morning. As for Camelot, fortunately there has been no signs of a movement as of yet. No signs of an army leaving the castle. At most, about 20 soldiers have gone out to deal with Moors. One more thing, let's see. Morgan has apparently sent everyone away and shut herself in her throne room since last night. So then Spriggan hasn't told her majesty about MASH. I mean the child prophecy. That's a safe bet. It's due to Spriggan's own greed, I assume. He wants a calamity to cure, but he also wants his belt fortress to remain safe at all costs. That is where he keeps all the treasure he collects, after all. He claims that it won't be destroyed by the calamity, but it seems he still wants some insurance. The worst case, he will let MASH the child prophecy to protect his castle. That is not really my idea of a great clan head. Once I would have thought he needed to suffer some and reflect on his action. At least that is what I would have thought. I fully agree. As such, let's make protecting Norwich our top priority now. The city of Norwich remaining safe, that will be the biggest blow to Spriggan. After all, it's not difficult to imagine what will happen to the selected lord who can't get his battle line back once the new year comes, is it? Ah, I get it. That is all I had to share. I'm sorry I couldn't figure it out more. Don't say that. The information about the Queen Army not having Nugget is valuable enough on its own. We'll be able to focus on the issue at hand in Norwich. First we'll investigate the rain clouds in the sky. There's an emergency, Count Pepperon. A massive number of Moors have emerged from the sea and are not moving into the Resino district. More than 1,000 of them. The calamity it has begun. Those who own houses remain indoors. If you go outside, the Moors will kill you. Those with no homes, evacuate to shelter. Hurry now. Shit, no more of them. What the hell are these things? Well, don't come near me, don't come near me. They're everywhere. Help me, help me. I'm scared. Forgive me. What the hell is this? It hurts. What the hell was that just now? The Moors devoured that fairy whole and it grew in size. I never heard such a thing happening. No, this time it's the comedy. Alright, report to count. We cannot hold our position. We must withdraw. The hostile Moors are growing as they feed on fairies. Human soldiers will face huge issue trying to take care of them all. Quickly now, at this rate, the northern district will fall. In no time, focus on evacuating residents of the southern ward only. That was all the squad had to report. Please provide evacuation advisory to the city count. I thought we have more time, but this is just the way the cookie crumbles, I guess. Seriously, the more unpleasant things happen at an unpleasant timing, the more it all becomes unpleasant. My count, calm yourselves. I've lost my mind. What will we do if I give in the order to evacuate the city? Spriggan soldiers have most likely to close the gate by this point. They want the fairies to succumb after all. Escort the citizens to evacuation shelter. Be prepared. Have the military police withdraw to the shelter as well. You, the human soldier, will protect the citizens and hold the march off at the port. Your priority should be safeguard the people. Do not make the mistake of thinking you can fight the Moors. But if we don't deal with the Moors, the shelter will fall. You're right. But that is why they are here, isn't that so, Child Prophecy and Company? Yeah, leave it to us. So that one is a Child Prophecy. Rather ordinary, but she seemed good to me. Yeah, I appreciate your honesty, thank you. Wait a minute, I don't know about this. We're going up against the Moors. Fairies don't stand a chance. I cannot even imagine what it would take for us to win. I think we have to retreat and wait for things to... Hey, that's not something the courageous girl would say. The Moors may be the natural enemy of fairies, but that doesn't mean you can't fight. A Tori can back up Muramasa individually from the back lines. We also have a Yuki summoning technique. We'll be able to drive off at least some of the Moors. What do you say, Otoria? You came here to save Norwich. Whatever the company is, it is something you need to confront in order for your story to begin. Of course, leave it to me. And don't worry about the Moors. My body won't corrupt even if I come in contact with them. Is that so? In that case, yeah, we can do it. It's decided. You will hold off the Moors on the street in the southern district. I will need to remain in command here, so I cannot accompany you. Hold them off for 1 hour, and that should be enough to evacuate the entire southern district. Let's go, Toria. Wah. I shouldn't have come check on the shop. I shouldn't have come back check on the plantation with all the rain pouring. Completely surrounded. They're gonna find me unless... Help me, Lady Savior, Lady Toneko. The fairies of my previous generation, and the one before that, and the one before that all spent their time making earth with Shu and Norwich. They even made shoes for Lady Toneko, or at least that's how legend has it. Please save me, spare me. Why do Moors seem frightened? There's a shoemaker fairy. Stay where you are, we'll take care of the Moors. Now or never, quickly get to the Count's shelter. You saved me, thank you, girl with the staff. Gareth, you have good vision, right? Can you see what the harbor is like? Eh? Yes, I see it. A swarm of Moors are coming from the harbor. Pretty 60. More than 100. They split up. Half of them are going elsewhere. Towards the northern district. We can't save them. Abandon the fort. If we lose even one man here, we're all dead. You felt the power of the Moors just now. We all know it. But... good grief, you don't know when to give it to you. Boy, screw it. Use the command spell on me. If I'm strengthened, I should be able to hold them off on my own. This is where I'll retire from here then. It's a port end to our agreement. But it's better than being wiped out because we're being burdened by our thoughts. Yeah, hold on, it's not that easy. No, that won't be necessary. Look, something taking up the dust in the northern district. That's a child prophecy in black armor. He jumped from the castle bell tower and is kicking Moors left and right. Amazing. It seems she's all alone. That can't be good. But still, she isn't losing. She'll be able to handle the Moors in the northern district. Mash. I guess Spriggan little lies didn't work on that girl. If you can hold down the North District, then it'll be fine. We'll just have to keep defending the South. Everyone, this is our moment of truth. This is when we stand to defend Norwich. Yes, we won't lose to that child prophecy over there. We will stand our ground here and let everyone else see that Autoria is the real thing. How many are there now? They just keep coming. I'm not even gonna count past 50. We're about to fall apart over here. How about you? So somehow. Yuki, hold on. Take a deep breath. You're relying too heavily on your mystic code. You're exceeding the limits of your magic energy. Life force conversion. You need to get back and rest immediately. Administration on active impulse. Roger that. There's another swarm of Moors coming in from the harbor. No way. There's probably over 500 of them. No, even more. That bastard finally pulled the trigger. Da Vinci-chan, how's our time? Yeah, we made it. About an hour. There aren't any residents left to evacuate, so we should retreat to the shelter. Oh, that's not... Those aren't Moors. They're Fae. They're coming from over there. They were hiding in that building. Are they fleeing this way? Why? They were safe inside. What, huh? What's happening at the harbor? Giant moth. But Gareth, she's just frightened. She's not hurt. It's because she was looking directly at that thing. It seems to be causing mental destruction in the fairies. Even the fairies that were hiding in the harbor district are fleeing here in panic. It's not good. We can't fit all these people in the shelter. We got an even big problem. If that thing touches the ground, the entire city itself will be destroyed. Can that thing move? No, of course it can. It just came out of here. Is this what they call the calamity? Then what was with all the rain clouds in the sky? We can think about that later. Da Vinci, Autoria, Yuki, what's the plan? Earlier we decided to ignore the northern station, but that's no longer feasible. We can stay here and go down with Norwich, or we can prioritize our own lives. Those are our only two options. There's no other way. If we hurry, we can still make it out. You get it, right? Your job is to cleanse the calamity. Protecting Norwich is just bonus. Think about it from that perspective. I know how you feel, but we have to retreat now. We couldn't win, even if you can fight properly. Let us restructure for the time being and figure out the calamity weak spot. It's not your fault. Norwich is going to fall. This is just the way things have to be. That may be so, but we'll take that thing down somehow. Take it down. What are you seeing? Faintly, I woke to the sound of a bell ring far away. When I woke up in my warm bed, I had a clear premonition. Perhaps today the calamity will come. I would always wake up to the sound of bells. Suddenly a storm would arrive without warning. It was the same in Tintango. It was an ordinary morning, but that day was the end of my normal routine to come. No way, I'm not confident enough. Thanks to everyone, I've gotten better, but it's still unreasonable. I lack confidence, I lack strength, I lack qualification. Saving Britain is just but a dream. Should I run away? That is what I think every time I wake up. But I am child prophecy. That is who I was raised to be. Everyone in the village saw me off with that expectation, even at the cost of their own lives. That is why I have to do my best. I have to overcome the weakness inside me. To be honest, I don't really care about anything else. But I absolutely won't betray the star, not a chance. But this is impossible. It is simply impossible. I know it is. Those are only two options. There's no other way. If we hurry, we can still make it out. I can run. That is what everyone else is saying. No one will blame me for running there. They will only be disappointed, that's all. You can always make up for disappointments. You can always be forgiven through further achievements. So I wanted to tell them we would run away, but I'm surprised at how I was hesitant to say so. I want to run. I can't do it. I'm scared. No, but... When I look to my sides, there he is, looking up at that thing with the same face as me. Yuki is the same as me. Forces do things we cannot possibly do, send into battles we don't have the strength to fight. And yet we cannot turn it down, so here we stand. Then I'll be the first to say, it's okay to run. That is right, I chose in his stead. I was about to tell them all we should run away for his sake. Then I saw that figure. I started pushing their way through the crowd, rushing toward the calmly. Running straight at that thing with the firm determination having swallowed their fear. The image of the other child prophecy, and so, seeing this power return to Yuki's eyes. Mash, what a shame. Didn't she have any friends around who could stop her? But it can't be helped, she's already a child prophecy. It's what the people around her wish it for, and what she has chosen to do. I guess dying here is the stories she has chosen to tell. Yuki, I don't really know how to say this, but hold on the fort here. What the hell? What are you saying? I'm coming with you. Oh, Baron, take care of evacuating the fairies, please. Amazing. I didn't expect this kind of development. It is alright, you should go. Sometimes courage is what is needed. I believe in the power of you, Chaldeans, after all. You made it this far. That giant is descending towards the harbor. That's an amazing way to attack, or maybe it's prostrating. Either way, it'll completely annihilate the harbor. Yuki, is there anything on your mind? Where did Mash go? She's already at the pier. She's deploying her round shield. She's going to take that thing on by herself. Even Mash can't handle that kind of mass. Here's my suggestion as your technical advisor. If you turn back now, you can save yourself, Yuki. Is there really any reason for you to win this fight? So is there a need for you to care? If Mash will never remember, if she will never return to being the girl you once knew. That's why. Now then, let's resume her story for just a moment. If you do as I say, the other chiefs will never know. I can keep you hidden even from the Queen's eye. Those were silver-tongued words of Spriggan, which had not sat right with her. When she found out the Moors had appeared, she did not bother with the heavily guarded ground for exit. She climbed up the Hasselbelt bell tower and jumped down into Norwich without hesitation. With a thunderous roar. No, thunderous movement isn't quite right. That was simply a gravity at work. Once drawn to the city of Norwich, she attracted the horde of Moors and evacuated the Furies to safety. Then came the big one. The cursed hand of rose from the sea. As one would expect, she stumbled at the sight. When she saw the screaming fairies, she pulled herself together. She rushed into the harbor without hesitation and confronted the cursed hand and at the end of the pier. Oh, that looks creepy. She realized that at once that she could not stop it on her own. Even if she gave everything she had, she could not stop the inevitable destruction. Even so. Even so, she could mitigate some of the damage. Even though the harbor would be destroyed, the damage could be lessened somewhat, and the rest of the district might be saved. That prospect was enough for her, and when she deployed her shield, she saw something unbelievable. That person running into the harbor was the human she had met at the square. An explosive surge of joy and relief overflooded her heart, and so she could not help but raise her voice. Run away! Don't come over here! I can't hold off for more than a few more seconds. But her desperate shouting did not prevent the human approach. Could he not hear her hesitant voice over her shield clashing against the curse? Unbelievable, he ran across the pier with a voice louder than even hers, shouting, "I'm not gonna let you lose." His hand touched her back, as if to support her, as if to tell her that he would not leave her side. That concern for her filled her with so much joy, and she finally remembered being human. Indeed, because she was human, she felt the pain and the fear. The fear that she would let those who believe in her be hurt. "I'm the child prophecy. Leave me be. I'll be fine. Just run away." And so she held strong until the very end, saying that it would be alright, like a child telling a lie. They knew they were poor. I proclaim through my command spell. I don't care whether you're a child prophecy or not. The voice resounded from behind her, from her heart to her fingertips. Her fiery blood pumped throughout her body. Mash, give us all a show we'll never forget. With this, the prophecy has been overturned. Even Einstein's own promotion could not have foretold this scene. I get it now. I'll do that, Master. The chalk wall repelled the cursed hand. That thing could not stand against the walls of Camelot. The thing recognized the creature in front of it itself as its enemy, attempting to thwart the collapse. Something that would prevent the calamity, a small-scale adversary standing there to save the fairy kingdom. You're doing it. Mash, push it back. The familiar voice awakened, but recited within her. It was neither Anus nor the child prophecy that was found in there. It was a knight who had inherited the holy shield, a servant of Keta indeed. Yes, Master. Please lend me your strength. I'll do everything I can do to purge this place of calamity. Because I may not be the child prophecy, but even so, my heart is crying out to protect the city. The girl name is Magia Record. She who everyone had believed to be child prophecy was finally allowed to be selfish. No way, the calamity is vanishing. We did it. We did it. We really did it, Senpai. Amazing. We really managed to beat the calamity. You did, Mash. Yes. This isn't time to rejoice though. Mash Q has returned. I apologize for inconvenience I caused. Yeah, welcome back, Mash. We're so glad you made it back safe. I'm sure you got a story to tell, but we'll get to that once we're settled in. We have a local associate you'd probably like to meet, or should I say companion. Oh, here she comes. Hey, over here, over here. Let me introduce you. This is Mash, Yuki's main servant. Mash, this is Otaria Caster. She's Yuki's owner. She's the king author of this Lostbelt, the child prophecy, and a powerful magus. No. I'm not that strong, or King Arthur, or the child prophecy, or... I'm so embarrassed that you would say that in front of the likes of incredibly strong Mash. I could just sigh. I'm sorry, I couldn't lift a finger to help you out of the nameless forest. I'm sorry I couldn't be any help against the calamity. I'm sorry that I'm so weak. Otaria, but you're the real child prophecy. No, what I'm saying, I should apologize for introducing myself as a child prophecy. I was just trying to comprehend what you meant when you said Senpai's owner, and then my mind went completely blank, and then I realized that Michi. Da Vinci was... That pain in the butt was using as a distraction to hide the fact that Senpai is a human from Chaldea. They hit it off just like that. Nuh-uh, it's a high spirits. I knew you two would hit it off, even though you're so different. Well then, classic comedy and meet up with MASH. We completed those two things in one go, but there's still one more thing we need to do in Norwich. Indeed, the Pilgrim Bell. Now that we're here, why don't we ring it? That's a little... I couldn't do something like that. It was MASH and Yuki's who drove back to comedy. I don't think I'm qualified to ring the bell right now. That is not true. I'm sure you tried to protect Norwich as best as you could. It was just a coincidence that I was the one who managed to drive back to comedy. Just because I did that doesn't mean I'm the child prophecy. I just did it because it was what I wanted to. I'm no different than you, Otoria. So please ring the Pilgrim Bell. I'll have a talk whispering myself. I see. You're a good person, MASH. From what Yuki told me, this is how I picture you. By the way, the comedy pool is still there. You're right, we repelled the comedy, so why are those scouts still? Oh no, cutscene. Everyone, look up. MASH. Oh, ow, I was sent playing like ball. Huh? MASH. 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 Oh, you saw it happen right in front of you. So don't you get it? She was protecting you, and now she's gone. That's right. There was Morgan's water mirror. Originally it was supposed to be used against the comedy. It's such a flashy plot twist, but it takes a long time to set up. Seriously, you outsider humans are so careless, or were you led wherever the wind took you? What does it matter either way? It doesn't change the fact what I have to do. Come now, there's no time for be falling on your ass, Yuki. Don't fret, MASH is fine. She's just not there. The water mirror is a transportation spell. She's somewhere else in Britain by now. Don't worry, you'll be reunited before long. If you don't, I'll be upset. When that time comes, the bride's prince will have to rise up disgraceful as ever. Who are you? Oh, you got spirit, don't you? You completely barely made it out. Pleased to meet you, Chaldeans. I'm Habitrot. Well, let's just say I'm like MASH's personal assistant. A friendly fae who will help you out on your journey free of charge. That is until you're reunited with MASH at least. You should feel honored. What? The food here is too delicious. The stuff back at the chef here has nothing on this. Is this pasta? Is that what you call it? Can I have some more? It's so fun to twirl. May I have another slice of carrot-colored cake? Or perhaps another two? I went around the river and hurried to Norwich, only to find that everything is already over. If I don't suppress this heartbreak, things of sweet nature, there's no way I will go back pulling the get courage. It's a good thing you were able to stay in Norwich, and without pause, we have gained several more odd companions it seems. However, the situation has grown somewhat complicated. You were able to reunite with MASH, but were immediately separated again. And outside, child prophecy, child prophecy. The child prophecy saved Norwich. The child prophecy will defeat the queen. We're no longer at Morgan's mercy. The child prophecy saved us. It is time for us to return the favor. Route all weapons shipments to London. Stop all deliveries to Camelot. Child prophecy, let's hear it. For the true king of Britain. We did it. This is a huge win for you, Arturia. It seems so, perhaps a bit too huge. You protected Norwich with a fault, and even managed to repel the comedy. But the fairies of Norwich are now devoting all their sympathies to the child prophecy. With this, there's no way the queen must idly sit by. Her army will come. The comedy has passed, but a war will soon break out between fairy soldiers. I see. This will clear turn into insurrection. I'm also concerned by Mash, who was spirited away by Morgan's watermere. And the fairies keep going around about how there's no more danger and we'll be able to reunite. Right. Having Nan's out of ideas too. However, I do know that on a desperate search right now would be a bad move. All good things must come to an end. Inscript are the ways of heaven. Happy Nun, isn't that what you're called? You're a bit of providable fare, aren't you? Either way, for the time being, you shouldn't carelessly just rush outside. If you do, it might be further incite the fairies of Norwich to rebel against the queen. It would be best to sneak out of the city under the cover of night. That is assuming you know where to go. Should we head back to Salisbury for now? No, we managed to excise the colony and save Norwich. We can't let this repeat go to waste. In the first place, we were never supposed to be allowed this opportunity. The colony will be repelled, but Norwich will fall. That is part of the prophecy I kept to myself until now. Then you will go to meet Spriggan to have him compensate for protecting Norwich. Yeah, the fairies of Norwich will back us up against Spriggan. Let her ring the pilgrim bell. The citizens of Norwich will break down your door if you don't. Stuff like that. I'll comply, of course. I won't dare to refuse the savior of Norwich. Not this fairy. What is it? Is there something on my face? Huh? There isn't. Then shall we continue our conversation? The bell tower is just beyond here, as loyalty still lies with Her Majesty the Queen. I cannot take you there myself, but if you were to go to ring it on your own, I wouldn't be able to stop you. It will simply be my fault for being careless around you, that is all. She would be able to take such a thing into consideration. Great, you took scare animosity from the public after all. Let's go up, Arturia. We'll ring it and get out of here. Arturia. I'm sorry, I can't ring the bell of Norwich. To ring this bell would mean declaring war against Her Majesty Morgan. It isn't something I'm ready to do. Not to mention, it was Mash who saved Norwich. It wasn't me the people of Norwich hailed. Oh, very well. Someone with an eye for times, I'm quite impressed. You're such a naive looking thing after all. Indeed, to ring the bell here would go against your morals. Unless of course you would have armies march and further the blood spill. Huh, why is that? Because there remains countless people loyal to Her Majesty the Queen. After all, she is the one who protected Britain from the Moors for the past 2,000 years. Regardless of this book her rule may be, her accomplishments are rock solid. Most would not go against someone like that just because it was spoken of in a prophecy. Who would be in the right? Who would hold the position in Turkey? If they cannot answer that, the child prophecy is nothing more than invader. You would be barbarians, no different from the Saxons. In other words, you're suggesting we send a message before we ask, a declaration of cause, and our the intoxication of the queen. Exactly. In fact, if we were prepared such a thing, I would personally see that it was delivered to Her Majesty. Although there's no need for such thing now, just before I was in conversation with Her Majesty. In recognition of their good luck in saving Norwich, the child prophecy and their fortune visitor are hereby invited an audience with the Queen. With the cause of their unusual accomplished, they will be treated as honored guests, and they will hear any proposal they put forth, she said. The Queen wanted us to go meet her in person. No way, if we go, we'll definitely be killed. Do you really think we would fall for such a blandly obvious trap, Morgan? No, Her Majesty may be ruthless, but she abides by her decorum. As Her Majesty has stated, we shall receive as her guests. Your safety is absolutely guaranteed. Her ruler is one who stayed true to the word after all. How else could the 6 clans be consolidated? See, just like we required declaration to start a war. The Queen can't simply kill the child prophecy without pretext. In fact, that is how Norwich was saved. As a political figure, she would need to prove to the people who is right and who is wrong. In that case, it's just a matter of mere questioning to gauge the other party's worth. I see it. The same as Master Warburg, I would really like to know more about the Queen. So far, we only know that her name is Morgan. I want to question her myself to confirm what she wants and what it is she desires. However, I will only go if her safety both there and back will be guaranteed. If antagonism arises during the audience, I need to promise that there will be a truce in place. Of course, all that has already been promised. All the details are in this letter. A copy has already been sent out to all the clan's head. So with that, what do you think, Yuki? If she's this route, we'll face her. Why are you being so belligerent about this? I mean, she has us cornered. Oh, what a grim place. Yeah, I get it too. To be honest, I'm pretty pissed off as well. What the hell does she mean? Does she mean lucky? We all work so hard, mashed to luck my ass. I see. If everyone has made up their mind, I guess that will be a decision. In this case, a her decision not to want to ring the bell also makes sense. If she rings the bell now, the Queen and the child of prophecy would become political enemies. In such case, I imagine this invitation would become void. Is that right, Spriggan? Who knows? I won't be able to say. Old Baron, was it? Troublesome fair, aren't you? The kind not found in the fair kingdom. I'll send a messenger to the Count Mansion first thing in the morning. Afterwards, I would like for you to meet up with the soldiers outside the city. Her Majesty troops will escort us, just in case. May I ask who will lead this escort? Of course, the unit shall be the 1st Imperial Cavalry, North Extermination Division. Their captain name is Gawain. Indeed, our pride and joy. Fear Knight Gawain will most definitely lead you to safety to Camelot. Huh? What was that? I couldn't quite hear it, Lady Spino. Will you repeat that, please? What was that about the Black Child prophecy? I told you she died in Norwich. She was struck by Mother's water mirror. Her body and armor both disappeared completely. There wasn't even a finger left. It's no surprise, she was surprisingly strong, but against my mother, she couldn't last for a single second. She no longer has to suffer, just on the inside. Barrow, hey Barrow, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? What's that? That's just hogwash. That's just ordinary news, Lady Spino. Your typical spread misinformation. It's hard enough to call it a joke. She was your sweetheart, wasn't she? She died. How's that ordinary news? Ash simply disappeared, didn't she? If there's no body, that means she's alive. In the first place, I have to die first. Ash would never go and die before I do. Not a chance. That is how the goddess of love made this world. No matter what, Match will always fall into my lap. There might be ups and downs along the way, but it's bound to happen. Isn't that what being soulmates is all about? Oof. Part 2. Recap. Extra from the deck. Da Vinci T-Phone has returned. Good work. Have it rest in the cage until a reply is composed. It's cleared 6 different scans from the hazard material sensor. Music Holmes, Da Vinci report is here. Its part 1 is done. Let's see, I see, that's the situation. Plan heads, the colony, a mysterious fairy horse called Red Rabbit. Quite a few more pieces of mind-blowing information. Mr. Gordorf, would you like to read it? Naturally, I'm Chaldea's commander. Looking over a report is my job. Captain, Funir members of the Marines, I'm going to read this loud, so I expect you to be quiet. Now Britain, the land of Fae. The threat of 6 Lostbelt, the Fairy Kingdom, Britain, which reject the operation of all electronic devices inside it. Chaldea Special Investigation Operative and Master Yuki. His exclusive servant Mashkir Light. Technical advisor Leonardo da Vinci along with the summoned servant Tristan. Those 4 went ashore in Britain. To the fairy territory dubbed it the Nameless Forest. As soon as they entered, they steadily lost their names and memories and were separated due to the rules of that territory. Yuki woke up in a village in Cornwall and came in contact with Victoria, a local fairy who has since become an on-site collaborator. With the help of servant Tristan, they escaped from the Nameless Forest. With additional help from a new on-site local, Alberon, the so-called Fairy King, Yuki began investigation in earnest. He was soon able to reunite with technical advisor Leonardo da Vinci. And while highest priority was to find Mash, various information about the Fairy King was collected. The king of this lost belt was Queen Morgan, whose rule over the Fairy Kingdom lasted 2,000 years. The fairies are divided into 6 clans. Human existence is controlled by the fairies. The natural enemy of fairies known as the Moors, fairy knights, who bear the names of heroic spirits from proper human history. Colonies that occurs 100 years, great colonies that occur every 1,000 years. And the one said to defeat Morgan the Child Prophecy. On a pillar image to ring the bells of the bell towers governed by the 6 clan heads. When this is successfully done, the Child Prophecy will defeat Morgan and become the true king. There's no way Yuki would sit quietly by hearing such a story. He selflessly proposed cooperating with Victoria Caster without waiting for instructions from me. For the sake of their immediate goal of defeating Morgan, they wholeheartedly supported the Child Prophecy. Dialogue with Aura, the head of the Wing Clan. A chance of meeting with the fairy knight going at the human farm. An auction showdown with the fairy knight Tristan, the rescue of the servant Muramasa, pulse of the alien god. Dialogue with Murin, head of the Wing Clan. Contact with Koyanskaya in yet another new outfit. Joined by another local ally, the fairy Gareth, and the mysterious fairy horse Red Rabbit. Through many dangers, including JK's River of Tears. What Yuki saw when he arrived in Norwich was another child prophecy supported by the fairies, none other than Mashkir Light. Ryuk, I can't make any heads tails of this no matter how many times I read it over. Why is Curate being held up as a child prophecy? And what the heck is habriiel? This report alone gives me no idea. I guess I'll just fill in the gaps with my imagination. I would assume Curate had been having a tough time as well. Was she helping people know fairies in the north, perhaps? I suppose they were thanking her for being a hero. In addition, they made contact with a creator hiding out in Norwich, Fairbairn Chino. And after that, the calamity finally broke out in Norwich. With the assistance of the Chaldeans, the child prophecy successfully propelled the calamity. However, after finally being able to rejoin the others, Ash Curate was transported elsewhere by the mysterious female mom. And she was once again separated from Yuki. But there was no time to be sad. I'm sure that's what Yuki thought. After all, now in accordance with our ultimate objective, he has received an invitation from Morgan, who holds the spear Rongon mean a countermeasure against the alien god. Camelot, the castle of King Arthur in proper human history, and the castle of evil in the fairyland Britain. Yuki, Da Vinci, Artoria, Gareth, Mesiah, and Habriiel? These 6 accepted Morgan's invitation and will depart for Camelot tomorrow's morning. That is all the explanation can be given. Was it not a good review, gentlemen? I think we got it. Thank you. Now we're going back to our post. Be gone and step in it again. I hope Mash is alright. There is nothing forbidding in Da Vinci's report. You can be assured that Mash is at least safe. The problem is Morgan's magecraft, the water mirror. As far as I can tell from the material sent to me, it is. The dark clouds shrouding Norwich were not the calming pool, but Morgan's magecraft. To form such a large-scale magecraft from somewhere over 100 kilometers away. Queen Morgan, it must be said, she's a terribly strong opponent comparable to the Lostbelt kings we face up to this point. I'm not familiar with Morgan's legend, sorry, but could you tell me about her? It's a proper human history version fine? Then let's start with the basic. In English folklore, she was referred as the Good Lake Fairy. But after the Arthurian legend was compiled, she was instead considered to be an evil woman who opposed King Arthur. Morgan was a child of the Lord of Tintango and Igarane, and later became King Arthur's older sister when her mother married King Uther. However, her jealousy of King Arthur led her to perform many evil deeds, stealing the sheath of the Holy Sword, seducing Lancelot, but more importantly than all of that, she had intercourse with King Arthur, bore him an illegitimate son Mordred, and sent him to the Round Table. There are many factors that led to the downfall of King Arthur's kingdom, but it was definitely Morgan who gave it the final push. On the other hand, Morgan had a side to her that protected King Arthur, or so you could say. She's seen as one with Vivian, the Lady of the Lake, who granted King Arthur the Holy Sword and guarded him after his death. A siren, driven by her lust for power, huh? What is the general opinion of her in the world of magecraft? There's gotta be more to it. Ever since I received the Techno Advisor first report, I've been poring over data in the border in search of anything. First of all, her very birth lacked normalcy. Morgan was not a daughter of Tintango, but was born after Igarane married King Arthur. She was merely the daughter of the ruler of Tintango in appearance, but had the blood of the rightful King Uther. What is more, Morgan was not human. She was a fairy child, the spawn of the island itself, the same as the vile King Vortigern. Morgan concealed this fact and was brought up as a human child. Until a rightful heir to Uther was born, she would have to inherit his rule. But then, the rightful heir appeared. Artoria, Since the time when King Arthur was recognized by the Holy Sword and brought the lords together, Morgan's power had been considerable. She began to conceal the very mystery of the fairies itself and corrupted Camelot at every opportunity. Arthur is no more than a king created by the machination of humans. I am the heir to the mysteries of Great Britain. I am the true king. Morgan never failed to believe that, and eventually came to despise her father King Uther and her sister Arturia. She hated all those who disobeyed her, and she was a major player in the fall of Britain. Why did King Arthur's dear sister Morgan assault Camelot in her later years? The reason appears to be something like that. Yes, she schemed it to overthrow the faraway Camelot while serving as the queen of the lands of Orkney. Four of the four knights of the Round Table, Gawain, Gareth, Gareth, and Agravain, were Morgan's children. Mordred was, well, I'm sure we would have a problem if the person in question was here, but she was homunculus made by Morgan. Possibly a clone of King Arthur, or so some experience have come to believe. Despite some minor differences, the fact that Morgan is advisory to King Arthur, and the fact she's a witch who destroyed Britain, those are constants, aren't they? So where does the part where she protected King Arthur come in? A good question, Captain. In many legends, Morgan takes on multiple roles. The good sister of King Arthur, the Lady of the Lake, the goddess spoken of such ancient Britain. These are three different roles. Common sense would dictate that one of them is correct and the other two represent different beings. But I believe all three of them are true. Morgan have their full personality because of her supernatural birth, what it means to be human fairy, and the personification of Britain. We're all intermingled within her. It's impossible to balance three different roles like that. If that's the case, she may have three personalities, perhaps each independent from the other. Morgan was her good sister, the way she lives as a human. The way she lives as a fairy, as Lady of the Lake, Vivian. The way she lives as an incarnation of Britain, Morgan Le Fay. If you think that way, it's all consistent. The Knights of the Round Table did not attack Morgan because she was both good and evil. I understand. That's satisfying curiosity. Not by Vivian. Do you mean Nemo? That's the alliance of the fairy who imprisoned Merlin, isn't it? Yes, Morgan is a natural enemy of Merlin as well as King Arthur's longtime rival. Vivian hated her own magecraft teacher Merlin because of their love affair, so she sealed him away. The magic sarcophagus inscribed with "Only the instant shall pass," the great bounded field that imprisoned even incubus Merlin. Magecraft from the Age of Gods, called the Garden, unable to be handled by anyone but the embodiment of mystery. It is unknown how similar the Lostbelt Morgan is to proper human history one. I suppose we should be looking at more than just Morgan Menad. Also, first the Lion King in journalism, and now Morgan in the Fairy Kingdom. How much influence does the legend of King Arthur have on us anyway? So natural since we're in Britain now, but come on. If it goes as far as Albion showing up, we are screwed. Can a storm border even win against that? Albion. The name of this island before Britain given by a previous civilization. Though in the world of magecraft, that name has a different meaning. Last pure-blooded dragon, Albion. A phantasm beast that remained Britain despite the end of the Age of Gods, yet died out in the end. what we call dragons are the result of the dragon factor left behind by the dragonkind after they migrated to the reverse side of the world. It has become nothing more than a dragon territories while maintaining their own territories. Pure-blood dragon no longer exists on this planet, save for Albion corpse, that is. Indeed, that is what they say in the clock tower. It is good to dream big. A dream is still a dream. Albion is just another one of those tall tales. More importantly, it has finally been 28 days. The concentrated fruit juice extract the technical advisor sent gave us some spare magical energy resource. The time we stay here has been extended past the original 50 days. Shouldn't we call them back temporarily? Perhaps it would be a good idea to complete the mission in 3 days, but nonetheless, we don't know when the collapse will start. It is best to not alter their establishment time limit. 17 is left on schedule. Is there any chance the mission completing in that time, Holmes? According to Da Vinci report, the situation is in hand, so we should see it that way. If their audience with the Queen ends peacefully, and they get information about Rongo Mined, the only thing remaining will be set aside time for an investigation into the collapse. And if it doesn't end peacefully, as long as Caldi is working with the child prophecy, war is inevitable. We have a good grasp of the Fairy King military strength, as our tour completes her pillar image. If we can bring together rebelling factions, the battle for Camelot can be settled in a single day. Probably at minimum, it would take 18 days to bring everything to close. This vary with our acceptable limits. Well, that's recap. You can hear the song of the child prophecy from the main street. From now I'll tell you of the future of the mystical island which became the land of fairies. The instant shall return to the Queen Castle, bombless as it is. Accumulating like rain, like ashes, fading away like snow, like the unbelievable. Our hopes are at the leech still held within the palm of the Queen's hand. Yet we must only endure a short time more. The morning when 2,000 years have passed, the child of salvation will appear. They who unite fairies and humans, us and them, the child of salvation who will save the world. Like a moth to a flame, even if it begins as but an ember, even if it cannot be seen. A city of iron, a sea of soot. When the colony has repelled, the pillar image will be hailed. Guided by the staff of selection, watched over by the fortune traveler, the child of salvation will reach the throne. The true king takes their place on the throne, a blood-stained crown presented. Ring out, like a thunderous fury, like fury lamentation. Let the 6 bells toll. Let Mr. make way for the true king. Before the red comedy reaches us, before the black comedy bites. Although our work may be neglectful, we are descended of free fairies. Even ever absent is our hope, a shining tomorrow is desired. There is nothing in this song that say Norwich will be destroyed. Oberon said that it was in bed with that such a thing would happen. Could it be Kino's additional verse of this song prophecy? I do. The song actually has 18 verses. At the moment, only 14 of them are widely known. Actually, 4 of them were censored and cut out. I knew it. Why did you hide this, Oberon? I'm sorry, I just forgot to tell you. Can we end this conversation here, please? You shouldn't use your authority to fool us. Looks that way, but I didn't want to lie to you. It hurt me too. Alright, I'll fess up. The 4 other words I heard go like this. Verse 8.5. Though the harbor returns to the water edge, the comedy heads for the distant skies. Verse 9.5. The round fortress shall burn out, the bells of the waters shall be revealed. Verse 10.5. Upon the sinners who admit their guilt, the blade of decapitation is felled. Verse 12.5. Their duty fulfilled, the child prophecy shall bid farewell to their place of origin. As you see, there's a lot of ominous phrase in there. The reason they were cut out because they were inaccurate for a prophecy. In fact, verse 8.5 has been proven wrong. Though the harbor returns to the water edge, the comedy heads for the distant skies. It goes without saying, the harbor is Norwich, the water edge is the coast, where there is no longer a city. I had resigned to the fact that Norwich would be destroyed despite us being the comedy, but that didn't happen because another child prophecy appeared, I guess. It proves that Einzel prophecy are absolute. Especially those warriors, so I stopped worrying about them. More importantly, it's almost time to leave. Autoria and Gareth, Miramasa and Habitat. With friends like these, I feel like too safe leaving you guys. I think I'll split off here for now, if that's alright. More information gathering? That's part of it, but I really want to hurt Springen. For the time being, I think I'll work with the Count to bring that guy down rock bottom. The reason you were separated from Mash is because he took in the child prophecy. Don't you want some payback for that? Make him flap up broke. Yeah, leave it to me. It's not my way as a fair king to draw blood. I'll make him shred rivers of road. I know it's about time, but I have something to tell you guys. Oberon going off on his own, right? I had a feeling that may be the case. See, well, he's not a combatant, so it's not necessary for all of us to act together. I'm sure Oberon would be fine splitting off from us, but why isn't Regia here? Oh, he's currently working overtime. See? He's apparently a subject of Aura, so... Wouldn't Aurora get in trouble if it were known he was coming with us? So he'll stick with Oberon. If anything happens, he'll come running with his carriage. I see, if you say so, but then there's this pink fairy. Are you coming with us, Habitat? I think it'll be dangerous going to Camelot. I'll be fine, don't worry about me. Just think of me as your spectator. Not to mention, shouldn't you be worrying about... less about me, more about yourself, Gareth? I mean, I'm probably more useful and stronger than you. In battle, I'm a replaceable healer. Yuki, I won't let you die until you meet Mash again. So go ahead and head along into battle as much as you want. No matter when, I'll suit it up with my magic needle. So long as it doesn't kill instantly, it is alright. That's a big help, but... Quiet everyone, Her Majesty are coming through the main gate. I apologize for having 10 minutes past the scheduled arrival time. Baron Gawain and 30 men of the 1st Imperial Cavalry of the Morse Extermination Division. We're here to receive you as honored guests of Camelot and will be guaranteeing your safety on your journey. We look forward to working with you. Likewise, I'll be relying on your assistance as well. You all are our charges. If you don't keep that in mind, then the soldiers' duties will be more taxing. The child prophecy and the 4 inmates will ride in our carriage. Your vassal will follow on foot. Are there any You, the blackguard who tried to take Her Majesty's head. How are you still alive? You should be at the bottom of the great pit. Oh, Lancelot beat the stuffing out of me and tossed me headfirst down that hole. But sorry to say, it looks like I'm still here. Long story short, I'm the child prophecy bodyguard. Tell Lancelot not to let a servant out of her sight until she finished off his scene graph. We're going. Is it alright if we invite the spirit to Camelot? Even if he doesn't go for the queen's head a second time. Doesn't matter. I was merely distracted by an unfamiliar technique at that time. Next time, I'll deal with him myself. Her Majesty has ensured me that slight damage to the castle will be tolerated, should the situation call for it. Well, isn't that something? You did seem a bit constrained back then. Next time, let's both cross sword without holding back, preferably in a straight flight. With no distraction, right? It seems the child prophecy has a bit of discerning eye. Albert, the other vassal. Can't be helped. Hey, open one of the wagons. The servant goes in the same cart as the Forgan Meg is. Treat those two as honored guests until we reach the castle. We'll move faster that way. Sir, right away. We use Western Highway to reach Camelot. On the way Oxford, we'll spend one night in Oxford. That way we can circumvent the Great Pit and head for the Camelot. For those 2 days, we are a single party. Under no circumstance are we to turn our swords against each other. Do you understand, Forgan Magus? Of course. Very well, then let's move out. This may be an escort mission, but keep your guards up. Now that the Cid colony has been cleansed, the Moors poison is spreading throughout all Britain. As soon as they're encountered, draw your swords and annihilate them. Don't let them our guest stream. I'm relieved. This is no different from being in Red Rabbit's carriage. By the way, are you prepared yet, Yuki? Meet the audience with the queen. Oh yes, that whoa, you said it so naturally. You must be used to this sort of thing. Yuki is just as nervous as you, Victoria. You just know that you need to stay calm in a pinch. Because the master is a commander who not only gives orders to servants, but also has to be wary against them. They excel at techniques like organizing their feelings as opposed to being a frontline combatant. Is that so? You met many kings before. Goddesses too. Still, I can't never get used to it. By the way, about Fair going out there. According to what I heard in Norwich, she was the first fairy knight in the Queen's calendar. It was 200 years ago, 18,000 years into the Queen's rule, there was a huge outbreak of caterpillar-type Moors in the middle of the country. A colony later known as the Caterpillar Wars, Gawain was the one to call it. It was different from the colony we purified in Norwich. But she's probably a fairy recognized by the Queen for resolving a colony just like Victoria. Is that respect? No, it's neither surprise nor respect. Back Gawain's nothing like that. But I see, so Queen Morgan isn't the only fairy who can cleanse comedies. I'm getting more and more nervous like I always do. Crap, that didn't help, did it? Sorry. But the Caterpillar War wasn't that of a comedy. At least it wasn't one of the big ones that arise every 1,000 years. Norwich was certainly bigger. We saved the city. That's something you can be proud of, Otoria. Right, it was thanks to Mash and Yuki. But I helped too. I won't lose to some fairy knight when it comes to defeating Moors. More smoke confirmed. Nearby, approaching 3-7 and a low clock. Lightning Corps, prepare music codes, guards. Form a pyramid. Yuki, you want to show off Gawain a bit, huh? Yeah, we're gonna leave her speechless. The fact you exited the carriage must mean you have no intention of relying on our protection. Very well, I'll accept your help. Your numbers are too great. We'll take on casually if we are by ourselves. Child prophecy, where'd you amaze it with me? Do not leave my side. More than 10 large Morse. No, they're multiplying. The difference in strength was too great. We can't handle them. Anyone not armed with iron, fall back. We don't need to defeat them. Just set a decoy and gather them into a single group. When they gather together, I'll insert them all. They don't seem to be taking the bait. They seem to have different objectives this time. They couldn't. No, are they after the child prophecy? You. No need to thank me, just striking while the iron is hot. More importantly, what's the plan? If you're a general, you should know when to cut your losses. How vexing, but it is as this man says. Should we abandon the wagons and have the troops fall back, or just have the ones we're escorting run ahead of us? No, I am a fairy knight. I will not permit retreat in this face of Moors. But the Moors are moving in such a way as to avoid gathering together. They're clearly aware of Galantine. The rear Moors wagon has been destroyed. What should we do, habriiel? Whoa, we got a fairy knight and we still have to fight. Man, she's terrible at this. You're supposedly someone who has trouble holding their incredible uncontrollable firepower. But no use complaining. Fighting is a pain in the ass, but so hooping it from here. Gareth, let's take out the smaller Moors. Leave the big ones to Fairy Knight. Right, Gareth, doing her best. I'm getting a little used to killing Moors. habriiel. Is there some sort of blue light flying in our direction from Camelot? Ah, that light. The same one as in Sheffield. Abandon, purge, and retreat. Take only the carriage and the first wagon. Abandon the rest. Hurry, assemble lightning corps. See to our charges. Imperial Guard, gather the luggage. We'll keep the Moors occupied. What do you think you're doing, Lancelot? I don't remember calling for help. I agree, I don't think you need help either, but these were Her Majesty's orders. Inferior life forms as enemies confirmed, commencing sweep up operation. Stand back, Gawain. Crushing them all is my job. She's like a fighter jet. Any more analysis? Amazing done, Lord Lancelot. The dragon fairy who knows no defeat, Britain's most beautiful fairy knight. You think you could take out such a large marsh with such a ease and efficiency? As per the Queen orders, the swarm of Moors has been purged. Gawain, I'll leave the convoy to you. And she just takes off. Leave it to me, she says, but she just thinks it's beneath her. What are you all so for? Prepare to destroy wagons right away. It's a pretty story showing for your first day on the job. Leaving Oxford is cancelled. Each of you are to provide a report reflecting on your mistakes today. Yes, sir. Please get the story going. Damn, how pathetic. Even you wretches should be able to bring down one or two of the large ones. Is this what happens when you rely too much on the Pharaoh Knights? Not just the humans, but it seems the fairy soldiers need to be broken as well. I apologize. It slipped my mind. Your assistant appreciate your name was. I have to apologize again. I never got your name. I never had the authority to do so. Hello, Holy. To not know the name of the person offering assistance in time of need, such thing is a height of rudeness. Tell me your name before you get Magus. I ain't going. It is Yuki. I see. Good introduction, full of hostility. We're going to be enemies eventually. It's reassuring to know you have guts. We'll resume the escort. Don't waste your breath with idle chatter in the carriage. Under some circumstances, your voice may be carried on the wind. I heard we'd be spending the night at an inn in Oxford, but to think we end up camping outside instead. Well, in times like these, one must preserve a meal. I'm good. I'm just gonna go. I'll be right back in a second. Okay, I'm back. I'm very sorry, Mr. Imperial Guardsman, but I'm eating the cake that Count gave me. Oh, it's mine cheesecake? That is what it says. What about yours, Artoria? Mine is real cake. Oh, they look like logs. And seem really easy to eat. Just like a Count. To be so thoughtful, everyone from proper human history is so considerate. I won't say that. Imo-yokan? How attentive is that guy? This makes me want some tea. Think I'll go back to the river and get some water. Chiffon cake. Is that what it is? This is? This tastes so joyful. There are so many kinds of sweet. Yeah, it seems like a wide variety of cakes have been created in the Fair Kingdom. There's Whitwell's restaurant chain in the south, Edinburgh gourmet dessert in the north. Or so I heard in Salisbury, but it's not just cheesecake that is popular. Why is that? Well, cheesecake is very tasty, but it does make you kind of thirsty. It's because Big Shot Up North hates cheesecake. Cheese is improper for dessert, and chocolate is king. That is her way of doing things. But for us southern fairies, something like chocolate is far too much of a luxury item for us to be familiar with. It is an expensive item. Lower class fairies will never earn through more pounds to be able to afford it. Yuki, is there something on your mind? I'm gonna bring some food to go in. Are you in the habit of eating something sweet after meals? I don't really eat sweets. When it comes to prepared meals, I prefer meat dishes. I won't take that, but obviously you want to talk. I can appreciate that level of subtlety. It's about Lancelot, isn't it? You want to know all about it. No, I want to hear about you, Fairy Knight Dwayne. I see. You're after my true name, aren't you? Your intelligence gathering is pointless, but I have to give you credit for attempting to do what you can. By the way, I haven't thanked you for the day yet. Sit, I'll share a story with you to pass the time. I came into this brain 400 years ago now. An upper-class Fang clan fairy who lived in Norwich, one of the next generation. But I didn't look anything like my predecessors. A member of Fang clan, but my body looked like one of the Wing clan. No, I looked like a human. Some call me a changeling. Others said it was because of the curse from the battle with the war 600 years earlier. Either way, I don't know what the reason was. I don't think I want to know either. I was granted the honor of knighthood for ending the Caterpillar War. For 18,000 years of Majesty regime, the title of Fairy Knight had been sealed. The Fairy Knights were considered to be vassals of the savior of Tonliko during the fairy calendar. The first one was named, sorry, I can't seem to recall it. Anyway, they met their end in Orkney. Since then, Her Majesty forbade them. In order to exterminate the endlessly multiplying caterpillars, Her Majesty decided to break that seal. I was gifted the name of someone said to be a Knight Round Table from a foraging land. Sir Gawain was the name I received. Alongside it, I received the power to strengthen my own horn, my sword. Galatine animal phantasm, you say. I'm confident it can match an original carried by Sir Gawain. Why can't I say the same about myself? I can't stand aside the genuine Knights of the Round Table, proper human history. Could she revert the Knights of the Round Table? No, let's not speak of Knights of the Round Table. I don't know why, but others say it's creepy when I do so. Instead, yes, let's talk about the war with the Mars. Yeah, year 1000 of the Queen Calendar, 1,000 years ago from now, story of Greek comedy. A time when Mars was crowned a king, raised an army, and waged a war on the Queen and the 5 clans. It said that king was a strange being. He didn't attack fairies, he didn't slaughter humans. He lived only for the fire and lightning. It did not matter what it was, he burned it, destroyed it, and reveled in the clouds of smoke that followed. He reduced the cities and forests. The scorched earth burned the very ground itself. And summoned the storm clouds. The crash of thunder coming down from the storm above them was music to his ears. There were fairies that called him the King of Storms. Her Majesty forbid the utterance of that name. This war against the Moors king lasted for decades, but finally the Fang clan brought it to an end. The king was defeated by Whitwolves, who had taken over as head of the Fang clan from his predecessor. The great calamity, the magical energy devouring Morris King, was repelled before the Fan Clan. But it is said that on the verge of death, the king imposed a curse on the Fan Clan. Curse? The fairy devouring black dog. After the king disappeared, the black dogs started to roam the fairy kingdom. But they eat the Moors as well too, to tell the truth. They are far from being considered complete vermin. Some of them are trained and broken, then used in Moors extermination squads. Just like me, you haven't heard? The Black Dog Lord, they call me. That is what I am. Even after becoming Fairy, I'm still vilified with such a name. It's only right, after all, I'll eat anything, including fairies and humans. Losing nerve artery. When the woman you're asking information from is feared as a monster throughout the Fairy Kingdom. Don't worry, I won't prey on you. I won't speak only of the strong. My rule, my alien common sense of as a bear, enhanced due to predation. I take on the abilities of the fairies I consume. There are some compatibility and capacity limits though. Right now my stomach is full of foul weather, the great fairy of the Earth Clan. During the Caterpillar War, we desperately needed Sakarment. But who wouldn't come out of Cormo? He just sealed himself in his own fortress. I killed him in single combat as a knight and took in his flesh. That's how things are now. That's enough of this for now. The post-dinner break is over. Get out of here. Thanks for talking to me. I'm used to conversing with humans after all. Right now, my man is one. Yeah? No. When I say that, I don't mean a relation between a man and a woman, nor do I intend to eat him. He's merely a guest. I'm allowed to recover at my residence for a short while. But you're just like him, the way you're not afraid of me, and how you're inquisitive without being malicious. We take turns standing watch night to night. You rise early tomorrow, so don't stay up too late. Be at ease. Be at ease. The period is over. Close your eyes. The time for fun is over. Put down your books and dim your lights. Today has come to an end. Say goodbye once and for all. Forever. Today has ended. Forgive us, forgive us, forgive us our sins, for we will forgive you your sins. It is all in the past anyway. Just be sure to clean up. That song. Two days since departing Norwich, 30 days since arriving in the Fairy Kingdom. So that's the Camelot of the Fairy Kingdom. It is really impressive seeing it from the other side of the Great Pit, but so what you can't see from Oxford is the back side of the castle. Why look like a wall? By looking at it from the front, it really does look like a royal palace. There are housing districts around the main gate, and even more without the ramparts. Is that what separates the general public from the upper class? So the gate on the side, huh? The castle faces the Great Pit. Is that so? And the main gate is actually the back entrance. Oh no, just a mistake. Sorry for the confusion, Kair. You have to go through that gate to enter the castle. There's no route in the Great Pit. From the Great Pit. What about fairies that can fly? They could get in easily. That is not happening. The front of the castle The side facing the Great Pit is covered by a magical barrier. You understand? If you're unlucky enough to toss off the battlements, Camelot walls are studded with gun ports. Usually you put those on the front, right? That's why the front of the castle is the Great Pit side. Is that... Yuki. Going doesn't look too happy. She's staring to the north. Why is she such a bad mood? Ask her, Yuki. You're friends now, right? Sure. She's coming on strong. What's it, Yuki? Are you free to enter Camelot now? I see, that's not the case. What roses my anger, you say? You understand when you see it. It's Nugget army to the north. Huh? Nugget? Huh? Where? I can't see her anywhere. I see, you can't see with your stature. How unfortunate. Well, it is fine if you don't. It's none of your concern. It is totally our concern. Yuki, put me on your soldier. Pretend you're a red rabbit. Hold on a second. Isn't this exactly where my headache tools come into play? Here, a telescope for long distance viewing. With this, your eyesight as good as going. Take a look at the plains to the north. There's a huge one glaring back at us. Whoa, I can see far. Thanks, Da Vinci. Turn the dial on the side. Now it's focused on 5 kilometers away. Turn it 4 more notches, and it'll focus 20 kilometers. You see them? The fairy is covering the plains. That's the other queen we heard so much about in the south. The army of northern fairies led by Nugget, the king's clan. That is the army? It's not just Fang and Air clan? There's a lot of mass soldier. What are those? Giants? There are giants too. That's right, Nugget rule is distribute wealth and power equally among her subjects, no matter what they are. She's the opposite of Meru in Gloucester. But it's only effective where she is, therefore. I see, if she's leading an army, she has to be at the center of it. Yuki, look a little further ahead. You see that considerably big wagon that looks like a fortress? There is a fairy standing on top of it, looking down at us. I've never seen her before, but I can say without a word. That is Nugget, the queen of the north. Let's see. I know I've seen her somewhere before. The one fought in North America, Queen Maeve of Conat. Maeve? Do you have a fairy just like her in your world? Still, what is she thinking? It's not me she's fixated on, it is you. Did you do something to incur her wrath, Yuki? I can't believe she would assemble her army so openly, even if it's 20 kilometers away. Isn't this a blatant act of hostility towards the Queen Morgan? She's still within her own territory, if only just barely. She insists it's military exercise in preparation for the colony. Up until 10 days ago, she was assembling them 40 kilometers away. When she saw that Sheffield had fallen, she seized the opportunity and immediately hit itself. 20? No, 30,000 troops? This goes beyond the show of force. This is military intervention. What about her supply chain? Oh, fairies don't need to eat, do they? Yeah, unlike humans. and what makes Nugget armory so special. She despises humans, even if she's fighting the worst, she won't make use of them. She claims to be queen of absolute zone of control, for fairies, and fairies alone. A domain nothing but fairies. Either way, she won't advance any further. She doesn't have enough reason to challenge Her Majesty, and her odds of winning are slim. The Northern fairies have hysterically rebelled against Her Majesty at every opportunity. And every single time they've been beaten and ran away back to the north, this time will be no different. Come on now. Make haste, no more idle conversation. Through the main gate, seal yourself further from the here on out. So this is Camelot Castle Town. It's bigger than Salisbury and more open than Gloucester's. The only ones living here are upper class fairies. The mana in the air here is incomparable with the other cities. Magical energy gathered from fairies throughout Britain is this existent text from the command spells. It is converging as the castle keeps. I heard about this, but the amount is simply ridiculous. It doesn't matter if you ignore Nugget armies outside, you could never match this. It is insane to even think of defeating Morgan now. I wonder if he had ever been to Camelot before. You never even think of treason if you came here. And yet you did, didn't you, Bogart? When we went through the gate, I saw something. Weren't there some sort of characters written on there? Yeah, that was Old English. Only the instant may pass. But it was covered in red paint, as if to reject the contents of the text. This part, this carriage will take you beyond here is the warehouse. Only child prophecy and the Porgy maze are allowed in honor of Her Majesty. The rest of you will wait here. The cloister will attend you as guests of honor. I see anything we should know? There's a hotel that serves the royal household before you relax and wait there. After your audience, arrange for us to meet here, however. Da Vinci was it, a clever servant with both appearance and intelligence. You may come as well. An advisor is necessary for the human magus. Well, I was going to try and follow no matter what, but you sure make that easy. We may be enemies, but my thanks for your consideration, Pure Nekoe. Here, Muramasa, Habitat. Looks like you're all on standby here. We've learned quite a bit of the Queen's army over the past 2 days. She's even more strict about her rules than I imagine. Even if it's just Yuki, Otori, and me, there won't be any danger. Whatever ends up happening, will be safe until we leave Camelot. Well, I guess I was the one who broke in the first place. There's no way I'll be invited back in. So keep your head on, Otori. If she says something that makes you angry, don't be so quick to respond. You too, alright? You can keep an eye on your partner. I'm worried, but I can't imagine anything strange or bad happening. Right. I'll wait here with everyone else. Take care of yourself, Otoria. No objections here either. I never really had any interest in Morgan to begin with. I'm just along with the ride until Yuki and Mash meet up back again. Right. Let's come up, keep the throne, room of the queen. Prostrate yourself, offer yourselves up. Worship, submit. The envoys that came before the throne shall hold their breath. The 30 ambassador and 100 government officials shall close their mouth. The ruler who expanded the borders, the ruler who built the very kingdom. You are in presence of Her Majesty Queen Morgan. You hear the mantra of Her Majesty Queen Morgan. Take heart, child prophecy, Morgan Magus. This is Her Majesty's grace. This is Her Majesty's pardon. Well done. You have all assembled without my summons. Remarks from the ambassador and government officials are forbidden. The only ones in this room qualified to speak are myself, my guest, and me, Berugat, the queen's husband. So sorry, all of you hobnobbing big shots. Berugat, so he was in Camelot after all. And what is he talking about? Queen Morgan's husband? Hey, it's my kohai from Olympus. Why the long face? Hey now, didn't Mesh tell you I'm Morgan's catch? Don't tell me you're Queen's Morgan's. You bet you're a master, so you should be able to tell Yuki. Alright, I confess, I'm Morgan's master after all. The Queen's partner in ruling the Fairy Kingdom. There's no way that is true. Oh, but it is. Well, to be honest, I'm so out of my league, I don't know how I should be feeling. Atoria, raise your head and step forward, I will allow it. Yes. I see, the child prophecy, you certainly seem to be the genuine article. And you, Forgan Magus. Master Chaldea, desperate to reclaim the proper human history. Yes, that's correct. I acknowledge your labors in Norwich. Well done. Expelling the comedy. About inefficiently. Receive my reward. By all rights, I should pay you in the legal tender of my fair kingdom, but your magical energy resource stem from spatial magical occupancy value. The basis, which is Quantum Magic Foundation, also known as QP or Quantum Pieces, am I correct? 100 million should be sufficient. Take it. That much? Wait, do you have a QP limit here or something? I have no need for such a thing. I'm ready to look at your form of magecraft and find it further. This ends my statement. If there's nothing else, your audience ends here. Atoria, Yuki, do you have any questions to pose? I, Queen Morgan. Choose your words with care. Depending on your words, I may withdraw your status as my guest. I have to be one to speak up here first here. You first. Good, I'll praise your recklessness. You who crossed the 5 Lostbelt to stand before me, now speak your desires. Chaldea objective is restoration of the bleached earth. Yes, Berugat has informed me. I am aware of the state of the outside world. But there's an anomaly in this Lostbelt. Interesting, what do you speak of? Our observation predicts a collapse sometime in the future. You could think of it as the same sort of thing as Einstein prophecy. This collapse will spread out from Britain and eventually cover the entire planet. We don't know how or why though. We of Chaldea embarked into your fairy kingdom in order to understand and rectify this collapse from Mama. We have no hostile intention towards the Lostbelt, whose fantasy has already been burned down. From the very beginning, our objective has been to stop the collapse of the world. I see, this is not an invasion, but a relief mission. Is that all you came for? We seek the divine construct capable of rivaling the alien god. Yes, this transcendent trap that you unleash upon Olympus, the Holy Land's Rongominad. We appreciate if you could either share with us the theory or miss the code that make such matrix possible. Olympus, Aegon, what are these outsiders talking about? Oh, they're being too crazy. How dare they make such a request, Emperor Majesty? Indeed, I do know the weapon which you speak of. I see. That is no lie that you came here to save Britain. In this I can decidedly say your proper human history will meet an unseemly demise. The outside world, the clouds you speak of that will propagate over the bleached earth. From the beginning, there's nothing more than an expansion of my territory. I'm the one denying you your history. I'm your enemy. There's no sense in me giving you the divine construct. Yuki and you, the infant, weren't consent. You want to save the world and defeat me. You have no other ways to save your proper human history. I suppose that's a declaration of war then, Queen Morgan. Indeed it is. Proper human history and I are incompatible. If you desire it, take it by force. Even despite negotiating, we have to fight. Same goes for you, Arturia. The abominable Einzel child prophecy. At the end of the year, all the Fae living in Britain will be destroyed by the way of the Great Comedy. But no matter how many times they die, Paris will always be born anew. Even if all Britain is engulfed in flames, as long as my castle still stands, the Fair Kingdom will rise again and again. Or saying Her Majesty defends her kingdom rather than the inhabitants of Britain. Indeed, I will not save these fears. I will defend only my land. There is no need to fear the great comedy with the magical energy stored in this throne. And this throne can only be controlled by the chosen. You are one of them. You're different from the other fairies or the outsiders. Neither rebel nor an invader, but a meditator chosen by the staff of selection. Accepting my invitation, you have shown that you are the true child prophecy. A fairy sent down from paradise. If it's you, your action against me are justified. Even should you fight me and spill vast volumes of blood, you will be guilty of nothing. If you wish to save Britain, defeat me and take my place on the throne. To fulfill that foolish prophecy, you should know better than anyone else that is the only way. It seems our talk is over. I'm pleased we have come to understand each other's position. I know, right? Getting all buddy through talk. Not shedding any blood is a major turnoff for me. Well then, seems like you come to believe in convenient things like human decency and reasoning. Negotiating has broken down. You don't really think you're gonna get home in one piece, do you? Here we go. Yuki, sorry, get behind me. I thought this might happen. Be silent. They were shouting something. Until they leave Camelot, these are my honored guests. I would not permit a single strand of their hair, nor a silver of their pride to come to harm. Are you for real? Forgive my husband Ruinous, Yuki, infant. Daughter Tintingo, so long as you remain Victoria, I do not see you as my enemy. Until you ring the pilgrims, I'll forbid the lords from attacking you. However, should she choose to ring the pilgrim bells and rise up as a child prophecy, yes, I would then see Chaldea too as my enemy and marshal my force. Think carefully before you throw yourself into a battle you have no chance of winning. Now be gone. There should be no further words exchanged between us. What is it? Where did you take Mash? Mash, and what might that be? The magecraft you used to drive away the colony. One of her friends was swallowed by the covers of the dark clouds. A demi-servant who holds the same graph of the Knight of the Shield Galahad. As someone who has been bestowed the names of the Round Table on Fairy Knights, you should know that name. I see, so that's what it was. I've indeed captured the Knight of the Shield. Where? I am not obliged to tell you, she is my spoil of the world. But I can assure you that she is safe. No one, not even I, can bring her to harm. You got a lead on Mash, but... Wait, we got nowhere. We're apparently declared enemies and reminded that disobedience would not be tolerated. Yeah, if I didn't say anything about the result, it would be that they were subtle. We know that Morgan is hostile to proper human history. We know that Mash is trapped somewhere, though she's still safe. But this only confirms what was previously unconfirmed. We don't have a clear idea how to win when we go against Morgan. And a divine construct is out of question. I made some progress on that, actually. During our audience with Morgan, behind the throne, there was an untrimmed overlooking Greek pit, right? From there, I was able to observe a magical energy pattern similar to Lion King's in the 6th singularity. Neobenedict has definitely prepared as a weapon. Not just one or two, more than 10 of them are installed in the front Camelot Castle. There's quite a few, most probably they've used here in Britain as well. The Neobenedict used Olympus was just another use of it, as far as Morgan is concerned, or so I think. If that's the case, she could at least sell us one, but negotiations are impossible at this point. If we can't defeat Morgan, then our original goal of obtaining a divine construct is an impossibility. We got a whole heap of problems. So I'm glad we made it back safely. I see that Queen Morgan honors her words. Seems like it. The amount of magical energy in Camelot, not to mention Morgan herself, is enough to send chills down my spine, but as a queen, she freely enforces her laws. She even disregarded Bear's objections. Yeah, I know what you mean, Yuki. That is why things are more confusing. Bear himself said he was Morgan's master, then is Morgan a servant? That can't be the case. She's been ruling over this Lostbelt for 2,000 years now. Bear only came here in 2017, same as the other characters. Morgan was already the queen of the Fairy Kingdom at that time. There's no way she was summoned as a servant. Is Bear lying, or is he being led to believe that himself? Whatever the case is, the lack of information is staggering. Everyone's back. Yoo-hoo! Over here, over here. Welcome back, Otoria, Yuki. How was the audience? How was Her Majesty? Was she scary? What did she song? Was she 10 meters tall? She got Tristan for her daughter, so I bet she chews through fairies. She felt like a queen. They don't bug the child prophecy with questions, Gareth. She's mumbling since she doesn't want to ruin your dreams. She really wants to say that it was totally normal. I know, I'm a master of Maiden's Heart. Show a little more of yourself, Otoria. Yeah, I don't know about Maiden's Heart or whatever, but she's right putting yourself out there. You're someone that hates to lose at heart, right? I could never compete with the queen. It would take me thousands of years to catch up to her. You're probably thinking something like that, right? I'm not. I was thinking more like 100. As expected, we don't get an escort on the way out. It's like they're telling us, now get out, but on foot. I imagine getting out of here will be hard, but stop confronting the reality of it. They could at least give us a carriage. It would make getting to Norwich much easier, Hey, what a coincidence, ladies and gent. I was out test riding the new carriage and somehow ended up here in Camelot. But fate works in mysterious ways. Don't hesitate to hop on. You were keeping an eye on us, weren't you? You got it. I figured it was about time. Find your audience code. I want to hear all about it, but... Let's get out of here first. If we hang out here forever, we might provoke the Queen's soldiers. Everyone, I'm glad you were not led straight by that beauty of the other carriage. My carriage has been improved. In Norwich, it has been powered up by 6 seats and 2 bunks. Perhaps to make your journey forever a pleasant one. For I am foremost fairy horse with a reputation for putting on the pressure of the homestretch Red Rabbit. Ignoring the cart, did you get a power up as well? I reveal myself as a vessel of the child prophecy in Norwich and allow myself to go on a lavish spending spree. When the Earth Clansmen heard that, they prepared this armor saying that, well, if that's the case... I see, well, I hope you pony up it yourself. And that was our audience with Morgan. Awfully blunt of her. Morgan sure seems motivated. I was hoping that with Chaldea and the child prophecy together, there will be a chance of peace negotiation, but from the beginning, she had no intention of handing the throne over to child prophecy to the true ruler. And that's not all. Morgan's not even of a mind to save Britain. Expand her territory and overrate the outside world. That's what she said, right? I guessed it as much too, but I had no idea how exactly. But when I heard about your audience, it hit me. Morgan's planning to make use of the Great Comedy. What do you mean? That magecraft she used in Norwich, the water mirror, she used it to purge the comedy. Right, Habitrot? Yeah, transformation magecraft is her fort. That was just on a much grander scale. Even if imagine Yuki hadn't played an active role, the comedy would have disappeared. Rather, Morgan would have taken it. Meaning Morgan decided to take possession of the comedy. And there's only one answer. Morgan is able to use comedies as her own magical energy. She used that magical energy to turn Yuki's world, all proper human history, into her own territory. Using a curse to destroy the worlds of fairies, she would destroy the world of humans. That is Morgan's objective. She wants a great comedy to occur. Not to purge it, but to use it as a weapon. If she even can, like in Norwich, could she actually have purged it? That can't be. The only ones who will be saved are the fairies living in Camelot. That is true. The nobles living in Camelot seems to look down on the other cities. They say that the only fairies in Camelot have worth. They are spoiled by the privilege that the Queen gives them. The child prophecy is probably unsightly in their eyes. The Queen may have said, "We're not enemies until you ring the bell," but Barrow is her husband, right? We never know when they might come after us. It's good over and shut up when he did. Yeah, let's get away from the Camelot first, then figure out our next course of action. The only thing I know for sure is our objective is in Britain to save the world. In order to stay matched, we have to defeat Morgan. A few hours after audience in the throne room cleared of people. Still no movement from the Greek pit. This is rather disconcerting. Even though the Greek comedy arises once every 10,000 years. The fairies are all complete fools. I will use them to the last, to not deny all proper human history. You again, you can't solve anything just by watching women. If you're a piece of the alien god, come and kill me yourself. Naturally, your apostle was defeated. A servant based upon the hero experience of proper humans is no match for my fair knights. If all you can do is watch, then remain backstage. You're an unpleasant sight. If you have an opinion about me to voice, then do so. Yes, just like that man. I'm sorry to interrupt your fun little talk. I have knocks, but you don't even have a door here. Of course. How can you welcome a visitor with just a knock? Was there not a waiting room? The raid repellent downstairs, well crafted, but necessary. I don't have the time to be. I don't have that kind of time to be wasting. I'm not an outstanding mage like you, nor do I have a mid-bodied body. I'm a man who can only do things with some same extent a human can. I can't afford to go to a place I have no business being in the first place. I don't understand. By any measure, you're one of Chaldeans, a man from proper human history. The alien god would undo that entirely. And I could destroy it even before it achieves that objective. Is that not what you came here to stop? No, destroy it if you can. What? Indeed, if you were left to your own device, then this planet was a collapse. Humanity would disappear. But compared to aims of the alien god, that's far more preferable fate. You'll overrate a history that did not align with your feelings in order to expand both your kingdom and your rule. I neither admire your wish nor your tenacity, but I acknowledge your accomplishment. Therefore, I will not interfere. I will not help Kadeo. If you win and this planet becomes a dead world, then so be it. You won't raise your hand against me, you say. Then why are you here? You said yourself you did not have time to spare. I came to see your work. It is praiseworthy. You saw the fruit, the role of the fantasy tree. Instead of fearing it, you decided to make use of it. You wasted no time analyzing Chaldea's summoning formula, and then use it on your own flesh and blood. A masterful accomplishment. It is true what they say about you, a genius who magecraft approaches the divine. Don't you get it? I came here to praise you, Queen Morgan. Because there is nobody else who will. I cannot be pleased by such a approbation of my magecraft ability. That is nothing more than sarcasm. If you have nothing else to say, then be gone from my sight. From here on out, this is my world. Be they alien god or vile beasts, there's no place for them here. I know that in any case, this is the last point of intervention. At this point, even if I interfere, the outcome will not change. Even should this Lostbelt be seized, it is 2,000 years too late. A perfect history, a well-executed script, victory is in sight despite your blunder, Richardson. As someone who once stood in your place, I want to applaud how you brought this world about. From my point of view, neither Child Prophecy nor Chaldea's Master has any victory over you. Although, a third party has yet appeared on the board. If there are other factors at play, the story may yet change. Eleven. Therefore, taking into account that the Queen Force may be pursuing us unaware of her orders, we left Camelot in a hurry and were moving along the northern border, when all of a sudden, we stepped foot in a bright, brilliant field of chocolate. It's sprouting directly into chocolate. Sweets. Holy crap, this is amazing. What do you think you're doing? That field belongs to someone. You ought to be ashamed of yourself for trespassing. If you're going to sample it, start from the tip. Ooh, this is like the super luxurious slab of wood that Lady Aurora once gave me. It isn't compared to carrots, but I must say it is blindingly sweet. Dumbfounded. Yummy sweet. The taste is unrefined, but that's okay since it's so good. Everyone looks like they're having fun. How can you be so happy, so peppy, Oberon? We're supposed to be looking out for her. What's with you, Gareth? Aren't you gonna jump in with them? Oh. Everyone, get a hold of yourself. You'll be in big trouble if you eat that. Turns around with mouth smeared with chocolate. I knew it. These are rumored chocolate fields of McNamara. Ingredients that are memorizing, paralyzing, and worst of all, high calorie. First you eat chocolates, become addicted. And are forced to obey McNamara until they die. Gareth's suspicion. I understand what Gareth is talking about. Well, casually wiping his mouth with his finger. Morse from the field. Probably Morse lying in wait to prey on fairies paralyzed by the chocolate. Chocolate, fairies, Morse, a complete food chain. It's a shame, but we can't rely on all those affected by the toxic chocolate. Miramasa is up to us. Right, I see. I'm counting on you, Gareth. Miramasa, why are you stepping back? And why have you been hiding your right hand behind your back all this time? Well, it's right there, isn't it? Oh man. Oh, Aaron, are you feeling a bit numb? Sorry, Gareth, but I'm feeling fine. I just hope this isn't poisonous or anything like that. Yes, you see, they call it a chocolate addiction. It's so delicious that I can't ever forget it. Then, if you want to eat more chocolate, head to the north. That's all there is to it. I don't think there's any physical downside. It's true, it's so amazing good. It's sweet, crunchy, easy to eat, and best of all, does it make you thirsty? My head feels like it's spinning. But chocolate isn't exactly common, and I'm pretty sure this is a field owned by McNamara. If you're tasting the products that produced without permission, well... Shit, there's a huge army marching toward us from over the hill. And what the hell is that? We've been surrounded. This doesn't know. The surrounding magic energy is thick as honey. That's enough, you shameless tourist. You got some nerve to behave as if my formula is all you can eat buffet. Wonder, is it that you desire to become my slave? For the next generation, and generation after that, and the generation after that. This voice. Yes, be free. Will you bow down and prostrate yourself? No matter how far you travel, you'll know who I am the moment you gaze upon the beauty standing before you. So that is why. In the name of Queen Nagara, divine punishment will be bestowed upon these chocolate thieves. You are hereby charged with embezzlement of state, property, smuggling cultured goods, stunning and dashing, and slandering Queen Good's name. After 100 years of packing chocolate into boxes, you receive a pension commensurate with your work. You'll be ordered to live out the rest of your sorry lives in Edinburgh. Hello. I knew it. It's Queen Mabe. Ooh. It was 5 years ago in Gloucester. The first experiment after leaving village was a tempest one. Well, of course, it's only natural. As a ruler, I can't help but kick around my rivals when they are all lined up like this. In the once-in-a-century princess contest, the crowning glory went to me. Let it be known throughout Britain that I, Nagara, am the new queen of the Northern Fairies. Didn't even qualify, didn't even make it up on stage. It's fine, I only came because everyone in the village told me to. My princess contest is dumb thing anyway. I just wanted to get out of the village for once. How stupid of me. It's the middle of the harvest season, what am I doing here? Is it some political appeal or a claim that I have some prestige as a reincarnation of Mabe? The elders will always treat me like a little girl. The judge's idea of beauty is laughable in the first place. Beauty is a living life. You can be proud of yourself, not for someone else. They don't understand that it is us participants who decide, not those bystanding judges. Well, hello, are you that Tin Tango girl from the preliminaries? No, you got the wrong fairy. I'm more like a part-time raider. Why didn't you come to the finals? I thought you'd be the last one in the end. That would have been a Greek contest. I was all hyped up to beat the snot out of you. And you were nowhere to be seen. Did you leave because you felt stupid? Well, it was kind of dumb, especially me. And I don't get it, look. As if you're saying, I lost the match, but saved my dignity. A consultation price is fine with me. Ooh, that really ticks me off. That's it, you and me are gonna have to compete right now. What are you good at? Horseback riding? Dance? Music? Fighting? Paddling? Whatever's fine, this will be the real finals. Don't let me down. All those shabby clothes won't do. McNamara tear them all off and throw them away. Put on one of my dresses instead, then get yourself up on stage one more time. What is true beauty? What is true brilliance, worthy of a princess? Let us to remind the foolishness masses of that. Oh wait, no, stop. Shut up for a minute, you sweet-talking pompous upstart. I'll kick your ass. I'm sorry, I didn't think you really didn't qualify. My instincts have never been wrong, you know? The instant I saw you, chill raced down my spine. She's bad news. She's different from the others. She'll turn the world upside down. Stuff like that. Really, I really look like that to you. Oh, I get it. I'm a late bloomer. That's right. Because I'm the chick. But it seems like I'm mistaken. You just have so many negatives. You came full circle. Was that so? Then from now on, don't brag about your good instincts. Yeah, observe properly, and not just rely on my intuition. Anyway, what kind of village are you from, Otoria? The southwestern edge of Britain. My city is on the very northern tip, so I couldn't imagine that at all. Does ash fall? What color are the forests? Can you catch fish? Are the people nice? Also, what's up with the exploding lamp you just threw at me? The northern fairy who got it close to me simply because she was curious. I've been married from back when neither of us knew who the other one was. Her name was Nugget. My first friend destined one day clash with the child prophecy. And so we spent time getting to know each other in Gloucester for 2 days, 3 days. As you can see, she's a hopeless one who never listens to people, so she gives off a bad impression. So do you, Otoria. You seem docile, but you're awfully sharp-tongued. I'm relieved to see you're the same as ever. What is unexpected? You had a true friend who argues with you like that? I mean, how is it you're able to quarrel with a Nugget like this? Impossible. I've been so nervous my tongue has been sticking out my mouth for some time now. The Queen of the North, head of the King's clan, Nugget, her magical energy can seal this campground. Truly, a great fairy with the highest degree, although her combat potential is not as great as a fairy knight. There is nobody in the fairy kingdom who can match her in terms of alien common sense or size of territory. Is it that great? But how very like you, Otoria. Whenever Nugget says something snide, you fly your back twice as hard. Yet they're perfectly matched. Otoria seemed docile at first glance, but is troublesome at heart, while Nugget is flashing on the outside but a hard worker on the inside. It's like an even craftsmanship arguing while being close-knit. Shut up over there, I don't remember asking for your opinion. You're all aware you've been apprenticed as chocolate piece, right? We are. Atari, come here for a second. What is it? It's not like you're discreet. You want me to keep all the bad stuff that happened in Gloucester a secret? That's not it. We didn't do anything wrong. It's about the one that talked back at me just now. Is that a human? Your servant? Did your dream come true? No, he's my ally and Migas from the outside world. He's pretending to be my servant, but if anything, he's done nothing but help me so far. I see, so there's nothing more than your guard. What's his name? I don't get why you haven't called him yet. Tell me, please. So polite. Are you really not care? Did you eat something bad? Or too much chocolate? No, I gotta be patient. Yeah, I got unsweetened lately. So what is the name? When did you meet? His name is Yuki. We met around 20 days ago now. Meaning it's nothing serious yet. Well, I guess it doesn't matter who you associate with. Huh? Sorry, I got off track anyway. The child prophecy of all people. How pathetic. Can you really manage with such a ridiculous entourage? I can't believe you don't have an army. Looks like my intuition really does work on you. The child prophecy received in Norwich. When I heard that fairy's name was Otoria. I knew it, but it turns out I was wrong again. You're still pathetic as you were back then. And such a timid low-class fairy really tamed nothing but for great friends. Correction, Nugget. Don't make fun of my friends. They're much better than I deserve. They're always smart, always brave, always adorable. And that one's always an old man. If nothing else, they're much stronger than all the soldiers you always have been waiting on you. Is that so? Then let's test that, Otoria. Your friend's my soldier. Let's see who's stronger. If you win, then I'll pardon your crimes of stealing chocolate. After that, you are free to go. But what? But if my soldier wins, Yuki is mine. Yeah, wait. Yuki is your type, Naokera? What? No way. I just want to make us to prepare for my war with Morgan. Now let's get this started, Arteria. Who's the real saber Britain? You or me? Let's begin the preliminaries. By the way, the fair commander just now. Yeah, I fought the local premier. It's just an illusion. Let's forget about it. Move on. And you're all amazing. Victor goes to Team Yuki. Now let's all go. Queen should keep her promise. Of course, I don't have time to play with you anyway. I'm right in the middle of a military exercise. My enemy is Queen Booger, not the child prophecy. I've got no use for a lower class fairy who's still a nobody. Go wherever you like. Oh, I guess the king's clan doesn't see the child prophecy as a problem. You would really think you're better off capturing us than letting us go. I do see you as a problem. I'm the only ruler of Britain. For me, Morgan and the child prophecy are both eyesores. Be that as may, Morgan's military strength is not to be underestimated. To ensure victory, I'll make use of whatever I can. Either my provocation will get Morgan to leave her castle, or I'll lay siege myself after completing all my preparations. Whichever happens, the other clans need to be held in check, which is why I want the child prophecy to play an active role. You get it, all you have to do is hang around, and Morgan's power will start to wane. I'm not saying you have to ring all the pilgrim bells. Can you at least ring at least a couple or so? If you do that, I can take care of the rest. I'll take Camelot, overthrow Morgan, and banish all the humans from the island. As the daughter of great Mabe, descendant of the Northerners, I shall restore Britain to its former glory. Well, I can allow a few exceptions since I am generous. If the humans would mend their ways, I could consent to establish an autonomous zone in Britain. As proof that I shall allow you to speak Yuki. Is there anything you want to ask me? As a special figure, I'll answer anything you ask. Well, then I'll take you up on that. Why are there hearts scattered everywhere? Hearts? Is that a figure of speech? So you care about me that much? Well, it's only natural since it's me. You probably won't believe it. Human. That is uncontrollable magical energy spilling from out within. As a member of Kingsland, I'm not supposed to show my dreams and desire until I have the throne, but I'm feeling some of my passions, I guess. That is what's leaking out of me. That's not something you should say with a smug face, you know? Pardon me, Lady Knockare. We received an appeal from Edinburgh. What is it? There's a good chance we can continue exercise later. No, it's about the response to Morse disease. Lend me your ear, please. Specimens for transcription in several refugees from Sheffield. I'll make the selection. Tell them that they'll receive my list soon. We're done talking here. You're all free to go. I don't care where. But I have to say one more thing. At least show some dignity. Sorry, nobody's going to follow a shabby king, you know. Well, we've gone south through the chocolate fields and now back in southern Britain. We're almost to Gloucester. Can we stop there for a bit? You've never been to Gloucester, have you, Nan? I haven't been at Smyrna City, right? I can only imagine what it's like. Sounds interesting, but there probably aren't any brides. I'm fine managing Yuki. I see, that is too bad. Let's hit a safe area for now. Yeah, I'm in favor of thinking things over in a safe location. Do we fight the queen or do we just escape? It's a crucial decision. We need to sit down and think about it. Bolster is out then. Mirren aside, I don't trust Cohen's Kai at all. What about Welsh Force? It's Oberon's territory after all. We're proud Salisbury. We couldn't afford Lady Aura of our doings. We have too many candidates. Well, first of all, I can't recommend my force. It's not safe for a base of operation. And Salisbury and Norwich aren't safe. We can't put up too much faith in Morgan's promise that she won't interfere. If Barrowgut comes after us with the Queen's army, Aurora won't be able to protect us. Like Nugget said, from here on out, we're going to need military strength. To return to Stormborder, I'd like to show it off to Otari and Gareth. If we circumvent the Nameless Forest, we can reach the coast. I wonder if we can stop by Otari's home, Tintango on the way. Well, let's keep that as the last resort. We're not evacuating. If we want military strength, there's only one thing to do. As a matter of fact, the safest place for the child prophecy is not a fairy city at all. The capital of England in proper human suit, south of Oxford. The base of the humans, the abandoned city of London. With no rich colonies to cleanse, Arteria has no need to worry about any of them. As a child prophecy who saved Britain, why don't you pay a visit to a Round Table army? I appreciate you pushing this bar after staying up all night and getting no rest. London is just over those two hills. Well, let's take a short break first. After all, it's almost lunchtime. You'd rather enjoy leisure lunch outside than in a bump carriage, right, Yuki? Is it safe here? We pass through every major city on the highway overnight. The Queen soldiers shouldn't be deployed in this area. We finally made it to London. What do you know about this place? Over 2,000 years ago, it is said to be the largest city in Britain before Morgan rose to power. The 5 clans lived together as equals, humans were elected as the city lords, and so on. Huh? Then London was a human city. Yeah, but it was destroyed by the Civil War towards the end of the fairy calendar. It was the grandest fortress city in Britain, but it was subjected to malice from within. I never could figure out why it was abandoned after that. The Queen never did restore, and she built herself a new castle at Camelot. Well, I guess Oberon isn't as well informed as it appears. This London was destroyed by the clans. After Tonleko brought the war between the clans to an end, they named it Human Knight as the new king. A single human boy who led the Round Table army. A new king for a new age, and all Britain celebrated. But a riot broke out during the coronation ceremony by an anti-fairy group of humans. And some fairies living in London were killed. The clan chiefs were angered by this and invaded London, massacring the Round Table army. The knight who was to become king died, and Toniko was executed after taking the blame for the riot. Grim the sage managed to escape. And the Black Knight wouldn't die no matter what they did, so they dumped him into the ocean with both ears crushed. Ashamed of what happened, the remaining fairy knight crossed over to Orkney with Toneliko's coffin. Tonalico, the fairy that was treated as a savior. Sage, Black Knight, Fairy Knight. The four of them are said to have saved the Britain many times, but what was this Fairy Knight's name? I heard it from Mike in Salisbury. It was, huh? What was that? Weird. I'm sure I heard it before. Don't think too hard about it. The point is, it's an old human stronghold clothed in bad history. Camping in a castle destroyed by the fairies long ago. Isn't that bad luck? Not that I want to appear superstitious. You'll understand once we get there, Muramasa. If you ask me, both Morgan and the clan heads are dumb. It's ridiculous to ignore Lundium just because it has already fallen once. You're familiar with Lundium, Happy Nun, and yet you don't know about Salisbury and Colster. I know about Salisbury, the place with the cathedral. I've even seen Aurora. It's just nothing I care about. Is that so? Is it really okay we didn't stop in a beautiful city even once? It's fine. It's not like my job to enjoy the trip. But why are you fussing over me so much, Gareth? Oh, do you want to order a bridal gown? It's way early for me to be your bride. I haven't even met someone yet. No, it's not that. It's just... It's nothing, Gareth. I'm going to get some water. I almost said too much there. But are you really okay with this happening then? Despite the fact I can see the future for Otori and Yuki. I can't see happy nouns at all. Worse. Oh no, I got to take it out before it touches me. Yeah! Cute, that's strange. My lens has gone through so many times before. I see Otori was helping me with her magecraft. And now I'm all alone. That's just like me, I'm weak. Yet I get carried away and get the wrong idea. I'm gonna die here, unimportant, unable to do anything. So close. If you had taken 6 or even 3 more steps, you could have been running straight through. You're still too small. You can't pierce the Morse hide with just the weight of your lens. Keep in mind, the leg pivot on should be facing forward, not the side, and make use of the weight of the earth. But that's something to worry about later. For now, can you stand up? Yes, you are. There's a passerby water bar. I saw you going into the woods. I came here to warn you about the Morse lurking in this area. But it looks like I was a little too late. Luckily, there's just 2 of them. I could really use your help if it's alright. Yes, of course, I'm Gareth. I'm Percival. You can handle one on the right. Down light. Percival. We won. I can beat Morse all by myself. Yeah, good job. You're plenty strong, and you'll get even better with some training. By the way, Gareth, was it? I never seen your face around here. This is going to be a battlefield soon. If you want some friendly advice, it would be better for you to head to Manchester or Norwich. Unless you came here to join the Round Table Army in Lundium. Well, we're always in need of one more trustworthy ally, but... Such a cute little girl coming to Lundium, I wonder. The roofs will never be fixed in time, and the ghosts come out at night. I'm sorry to bother you. If I'm not mistaken, you said your name was Percival, is that right? Yeah, Percival, good name for a human, right? I think so too. Let me introduce myself. My name is Gareth, a follower of the Child Prophecy. The Child Prophecy Autoria has come to Lundium. Gareth, it's late. It's probably nothing to worry about, but it's bugging me. Excuse me, I'm going to get some water, too. We can go over the hills afterwards. And I guess we can all go, Garrett's back, but why is he jumping up and down and waving at us? There's a tall man next to her. He appears to be quite a stallion as well, but... that sturdy chest armor. Hey, everyone, listen. Percival. The strongest human. The leader of the Round Table Army, Percival. Sorry about this. Somehow this has turned into a bit of impolite first meeting. It's an honor to meet you, Child Prophecy, and you, 4-Game Mazes. I am Percival. I serve to manage the Round Table Force as a representative. I may look like a knight, but I've never been taught proper etiquette. My ill manners as a country bumpkin may show through, but I look forward to working with you. By the way, why is Red Rabbit so jittery? What do you mean why? Percival is said to be the one human in the fairy kingdom. The one and only human spiritual strong enough to ride into battle atop a fairy horse. The way they synchronize their breathing and how they trust each other with their lives is enough to make any horse emotional. It's amazing, the union between rider and horse. Like a dream of mine come true. The country would be delighted to hear that as well. She saved me more times than I can remember. Alright, we're in the middle of a conversation, and I start rambling about my partner. I understand your plight. You need a safe place to use as base repair for your confrontation with the Queen's army. In that case, Lundium always welcome you with open arms. I'm afraid we couldn't repair in time for the arrival of the Child Prophecy, but it is one of the most defensible locations in Britain. Everyone there will protect you. We got the lumber from the supply corps. Hurry and start repairing the ramparts. Use 80% of the walls and 20% on the interior. Priority goes to the kid's house. This afternoon, we're sending a merchant to Norwich in disguise. If you need anything, put it on the list. We got the Count's backing, so there's no need to hold back, but keep the luxuries to a minimum. You can't match the Fang Clan's movement. Countering them is more important. Wait for the spear, then attack. If you first too early, you're easy to dodge. When you feel it coming, put your shield forward, place your sword so it pierces the sides at the same time. Arrows are unlikely to hit their mark. They'll sense you as soon as you take them aim on them. Sweep in groups 10 from the ramparts. If you hit one, great. It's effective as a disruption, so don't get discouraged. You can only sharpen it, but it's still useful. Hey you, your spear here is missing. You'll lose to the fangs that way. Just get over here for a second. This place is pretty lively despite being run down. Everyone's running around occupied with something. At first glance I can see about 300 soldiers who can fight, maybe a few more. That doubles. If we bring in the refugees are weaker, or the weaker ones doing the needlework in the back. This is great. They're more like a revived civilization than an army. Maybe this is where I'll find that bride. Yet the walls and streets are in shambles, but it's more lively than any city we've been seeing up to till now. The land that would eventually become the capital city of London in proper human history is so full of life. Latoria. No, it's nothing like that. How can a place like this be so beautiful? Latoria. Commander, you can't just jump off the walls and go running into woods like that. You're the core of the Round Table Army, the hope of everyone gathered here in Lundium. I appreciate it if you would stop acting on impulse all the time from now on. Ahem, please excuse me. Are these potential new recruits? If so, then you should first register yourselves in the plaza. No, it's nothing like that. Marguerite, they're not new recruits. They're important guests, isn't that right, Oberon? Yeah, at least for now. Whether or not we join the roundtable army is up to Arturia. Oberon, what was Oberon? When did you get back to London? Hey everyone, it's Oberon. That goddamn Oberon is here. Oh whoa, this really is him. Oberon the Heartless. You popped up nowhere again. Where the hell have you been all this time? You're gonna stay for a while this time, aren't you? Don't make the kids cry all over again. The instant you disappear, we get all too depressed to do anything. Especially the women. They get all hooked up on your sweet talk and they think they're all princes or something. It's fine for you to be nice to them, but don't make such a mess. They still have work to do. Oberon. Whoa, don't get the wrong idea, okay? I swear, I'm being serious here. Yeah, you were serious. Seriously putting on a show. When you show up, the round table armies become nothing more than a rowdy bunch of folks. This whole city becomes nothing but a festival when you're here. It's days like those that keep us all laughing. Hey, wait. You said the next time you came you bring the child prophecy with you, so... Don't tell me. Oh crap. Yep, she's the rumored Arturia, the savior who protected Norwich. She bears a staff of selection sent from paradise, just like Percival's spear of selection. In a nutshell, she's the one who you've been waiting for, the child prophecy who will save Britain. The festival is in full swing now. We will not be able to talk to Tor for a while. They're caught up in this child prophecy fever, but is this really okay to not interfere, Oberon? I don't think she's good at handling this kind of attention. I guess so. Posing too many expectations on her would probably be rough on Arturia. But shrouding the hopes and dreams of the people is their speciality. What do you think, Yuki? Should we pull Arturia out of the crowd? She'll be alright. Oh, you look happy, Yuki. Can you tell Arturia is behaving differently from usual? Exactly. It's not the girl who lacks confidence in herself or looks away while stammering. Yeah, this is London. The city dreams of a righteous future for Britain. This is different from the self-serving, self-preserving dreams that have been forced on her up until now. What Arturia is experiencing right now are hearts without lies. It's probably taking the pride in being child prophecy for the first time in your life. As if using one's hand to wipe eyes clouded by saying far too much. Could it be that Arturia's and open eyes are... I'm sorry, the resident kept you for so long. I hope you weren't too bothered by it. No, it was no trouble at all. They were very good to me. Please let everyone know that I had a lot of fun. However... Mesiah is the only one missing, as he's still making friends with the residents. Sorry to keep you waiting. I had a small errand to take care of. There's a workshop here, but it was a terrible shape. Worst of all, worse off than Norwich. They got so many furnaces and only got one guy who can take care of them. You should stop by later, Arteria. Wouldn't it be interesting to see what you can do to help fix them? There's tons of quartz crystal. You can make as much glass as you like. Really great. I can't wait. Or not. Principal is going to show us the Round Table Army's war room right now. As a chat prophecy party, we have to restrain ourselves from any meaningless activity. Got it? The chat prophecy party? What are you acting all high and mighty for? You were too much of a coward to ring even one bell. You're like a king being waited on. Oh, I see. Like long era. I get it. Your old friend turned out to be a genuine queen, so you can't afford to be careless. Well, the difference in where your raw materials are is pretty clear. Too bad you're not nearly enough of a woman to be queen. Murmasa, you're missing the point, Murmasa. Something like that isn't necessary to be queen in the first place. That's right, Yuki. But what do you mean by that? You're very close, aren't you? And not just the two of you, everyone. I was worried that child prophecy might be shouldering a heavy burden, but looks like my fears were unfounded. We could learn from your example. There was the people of London. I've been to many cities up to now. The disparity of living condition, dissatisfaction with Her Majesty. There were many differences, but the point of wanting someone to save them was the same. But the people of the city are different. Not only are people more truthful, but they don't want to rely on others. I understand by talking to them just now. The fairies stand up for the humans, and the humans stand up for the fairies. They are determined to denounce Her Majesty for the sake of their neighbors, not just for themselves. I'm sure they're real knights of the Round Table. There are no upper or lower class. Everyone stands side by side in cooperation. I don't know what a knight of the Round Table is, but it's true the Round Table Army isn't an organization that just by humans for humans. We want to change the way things are for humans, but for that, we want to change the way things are in Britain. We're not humans or fairies. We just want a shared future. Lord Oberon gather these kind of people. I'm just another one of them. Lord Oberon. Oberon, don't tell me. I didn't think he was strangely popular here. Yeah, the one organized the Round Table Army was none other than Lord Oberon himself. He saved me when I had nowhere else to go. He removed the curse on London. And he quickly, carefully recruited supporters for us throughout Britain. On top of that, every month he works hard to get us financial aid, while we hear about how deep in debt he is all over Britain. Many of the soldiers have mistaken idea that I'm the one leading the Round Table Army. But I personally think Lord Oberon is the one leading us. Quit talking to me like that. I said it over and over. I'm just an investor. You're the leader, Percival. The one who got it so large as you. Hey, that's true. Let's put it that way. It is not luck we're blessed with, good comrades, but the efforts of one person. And if things are settled, let me show you to our headquarters. Security is tight, so right now the headquarters is the only place with a roof. Sorry about that. Wait a second, Percival. What are these paintings on the wall? Oh, painting. That's a mural painted during the fairy calendar. We don't know anything else about it. This is 6 fairies and a large animal. It looks like they're celebrating somehow, but I've never seen a creature like this in Britain. It looks more like a monster than an animal. Could it be the personification of the comedy? I don't get that sense. I get a strong feeling that it's both charming and reliable. I feel the same way. Mesiah is a hero exploit of proper human history, so you can't feel the love put into this beast. You don't feel any dread from this mural. If you're a fairy from Britain, if anything, you see it's reflecting something grand. Because I'm proper human history, heroic spirit. Something grand, huh? I'm not a fairy either, so I don't get the feeling Gareth have a chart to, but First of all, could this Miro possibly be religious? Religious? Sorry, I don't really understand the term. This Miro originally belonged to the fairies of Orkney, the Ring clan. When London was being built, this was brought in from the ruins of Orkney by the Knights of Neru. Or so the story goes. It shows creation in Britain and has a name in the old fairy tongue. The insect of the abyss. Insect of the abyss. What's it? Did you see someone strange over there? Felt like someone was watching me from behind. Da Vinci, you said this thing was a religious painting. Are you saying this is God? Possibly. The fairies here are clearly supposed to represent the six clans. They're the ancestors of the fairies of Britain's Lostbelt. They're worshipping, no, they're offering something to it. Then it's a higher being than the fairies, something you have to call a god. But there aren't any gods in the Fairy Kingdom. Didn't I say that capital was only for appearance sake? I've been mostly every city in the Fairy Kingdom getting information, but there's no other worlds like this one. And that's why this mirror was painted before Morgan took control of Britain, before the Fairy Kingdom was founded. Oh, it's talking about the fairy calendar before the Queen's calendar. Huh? Does that mean Her Majesty doesn't know about this mural? No, she probably knew and deliberately left it out of history. As Queen Morgan is now the sole target of the fairy devotion. The concept of God is just a hindrance to the rule of Britain, so by ignoring it, it has been erased. How do comedies occur? Why is there no God in Britain? Maybe part of the answer can be found in this mural. But it's too bad, there's something written on it. But since it's a whole fairy script, it's beyond me. Can you read it, Oberon? Right here, there's something that looks like a character for a single word. I'm ashamed. I somehow managed to read fairy script before. Now something this old is beyond me. You need civil servant working for Camelot to understand this. I see, that's too bad. It was something so valuable. Sorry, I had no idea. We just left it outside until now. But we'll begin preparation to preserve it immediately. Let's recruit some people who know a lot about fairy history. We'll start expecting surrounding areas as well. Who knows what other valuable record might turn up. That's good. If we take Norwich, we'll get some more of the skilled labor. In any case, London restoration takes priority. The sooner we have planned, the better. Eh? Did you say taking Norwich? We're going to use this as a base of operation room. This was a room in the bell tower, selected for its panoramic view of London. The room just downstairs is being used as a guest room, so you can all rest there. Now importantly, were you serious about conquering Norwich? The round table opposes the queen. You should be attacking Camelot. There's no sense in targeting the other city. Yes, this goes against the creed, but we can't overlook the current state of Norwich. Thanks to her effort, the colony was repelled, but afterwards... As soon as Child Prophecy departed for Camelot, Spriggan appealed to the Queen to dispatch troops. He claimed the citizens of Norwich were supporting the Child Prophecy and were show defiance to the Queen. He's just using a child as an excuse to eliminate the fairies and reclaim the land. We only learned about this a day ago in secret message from human columnist of the Count. The Queen's forces will probably reach Norwich tonight, but we have perhaps 2 days to spare. We are currently recalling our minded compatriots back to London from various operations across the land. As soon as they're all assembled, we begin our march to Norwich. Before Spriggan can begin his massacre, we will storm Norwich Gate and take the city. Even we're all labeled as barbaric invaders. It's a long shot. The people of Norwich won't be cooperative. From the fairies' point of view, the Round Table Army is still seen as an armed band of humans. They probably see no difference between being killed by Spriggan or the Round Table Army. An armed band of humans. Please don't worry yourself. This is something we all discussed and agreed upon together. This isn't your fight. Please get some rest. No matter what, London is safe. The Queen's Magecraft won't reach here. Yuki. I understand how Otoro feels. But if we miss this chance, you'll regret it. Let's go ring the bell, Otoro. Yeah, I know. It's too harsh. But I get it. I made my choice as well. Knight Percival, you never asked for my assistance, not even once. Neither did the people of London. They worried about me. They encouraged me. But none of them asked for help. What I said was, do your best. That's why I'll play my role as well. I cannot ring the bell in Norwich by myself. Aaron, please lend me your strength. Show that the Round Table Army is not a mere band of armed humans, but trusted allies of the Child Prophecy dedicated to the salvation of Britain. It will be my honor, thank you, Otoro. Whether or not our word will be just or evil, it's not my place to say, but I swear on the lands of Britain that I will fight as your comrade without shame. The Round Table Army is made up of 400 individuals with both humans and fairy mixed together as a single company. I serve as a commander. This is our main force. Besides that, we have 5 platoons of 50 each. You'll meet them later. But there are they're former knights of the Queen, Aurelia and Edward, and the human knight Kenwood, Landon, and Karas. The leader are commanding officers of the platoon. In addition, like-minded individuals have gathered into 5 squads. Right now, they are in the middle of battlefield training. Their instructions have been entrusted to Secretary Magri, who you met before. Also, as you've seen, we have many non-combatant living in London. Architect, clothers, cooks, blacksmiths, administrator, teachers. We have about 300 people living here now, so we can't cover all of our bases, but everyone is doing a great job. Furthermore, there's the schedule for city restoration plan and necessary collection of monthly resources. Wait, hold it. Tell me all the details at some point later, Percival. Stick to a plan for the assault on Norwich for now because, well, I'm not sleeping. Especially when someone desperately trying to stay well behaved. You can see they hit their limit. We just been party sim up until now. So you can just suddenly start talking about managing about 10,000 people, right? These things has be done in stages. You're right, I'm sorry. I was happy to hear Lady Otoro word earlier. I suddenly start blabbering on about ourselves. I'm so embarrassed. Yeah, I can understand why you might do that. But please don't treat me with such respect. Lady is a little. I understand, I'll start over, Otoria. Wow. Heading to Norwich will be half my company and free platoon, about 400 soldiers in total. The count is scattering anti-queen or anti-brigands, military police, and resident in the city. We heard it amounts to another 400. Put together, our military power comes about 800. With these forces, we'll suppress the Queen soldiers dispatched from Camelot and head for the Bell Tower. Tower Spriggan re-christianed as the Belt Fortress. 800, huh? Not enough to take the city, but enough to take that bastard stronghold. But you're facing fairies, and half your forces composed of humans. Isn't different in strength too great? Don't worry about that. Round table army tactics and weapons are geared towards anti-fairy combat. We know how to get around the difference in ability, that said. Taking the Vault Fortress is beyond us. It's an impregnable iron tower that refuses entry to humans and fairies alike. Therefore, I like asking for your help in taking it. Yuki, I heard your magecraft from Lord Oberon. You said that while you usually are alone, you can summon a force stronger a platoon in battle. The gates of the Vault Castle can't be taken by an army. The only way to break in and open them from the inside. It's a dangerous mission, but we accept. This is my specialty, Isabel. Could you please stop bringing up Merlin's magecraft, Yuki? Thank you very much. I can see our victory now. The platoons operating in South will be back by the evening. As soon as they return, we leave London. We travel under cover of darkness, slip Norwich. Step into Norwich before dawn and take control of the city before the Strigan can counter us. Maybe presumptuous, but I'll be taking command of the operation. Is that alright, Otoria? Yes, we'll obey your orders. Please use us without restraint. Then I'll plan the operation with that in mind. We also receive a map from the city from the Count, so we can plan out our route to gain control. Count Pepe doesn't miss a thing. We have about 3 hours before we depart, so everyone please feel great to get some rest. I see why I'm off to Clovers. There's a mountain of scraps to work with. I know we're busy, but with that I can make cute clothes for all the kids. So even if it's only a short while, you can rely on me having an. I've been apprenticed to principal. I really like it if you could teach me how to properly handle a lance and training in the training grounds. Of course, it was only for a little bit before the mission briefs arrives. I'm off to Forge to bug the brats there. There's only a single proper smith in the whole town. The rest are just apprentices. I guess I'm out of work then. I can't fight on Battlefield. You got anything on your mind, Principal? I want you to look into Oxford movements. Wildboris is the most excitable of the clan heads. After we take Norwich, it is possible. Yeah, I feel the same. Let's keep it in check with Aurora's cooperation. Aurora, doesn't she only have self-defense force instead of an army? An army isn't only the strength she can have, Da Vinci. You can see Wulan has a bit of crush on Aurora these days. With a beautiful moon who wouldn't even give you the time of day no matter how much you spoil her, suddenly tells you I want to see you right now. Well? Are you completely heartless, Oberon? What, despite what you may think, Aurora has her hobbies too. There's nothing wrong with showing with some appreciation. Actually no, Aurora is a fan of purpose, so she might actually go all the way with him. I'll give her a warning first. If she's too nice to him, he'll get the wrong idea. Well, I'm off to Salisbury first. If all goes well, I'll see you in Norwich. Then I'm off to chat with Secretary Marguerite. What about Yuki and Otoya? I'll take principal advice and have a nap downstairs. It looks like we'll be marching all night. We should refresh ourselves while we still can. I see, then I'll do the same. And everyone, we meet back here in 3 hours. At sunset, we will begin the operation to capture Norwich. I can still do one more, and that'd be it. I'll save 14 for tomorrow. I was born in a farm and grew up in Salisbury. I guess they needed humans to fight the Moors. There were many other kids taken in besides me, and we were all treated very well. We didn't just get food, clothing, and shelter. The school was even made for us to attend. There's no freedom for humans beyond the farm. That is what I had always heard, so I was surprised. Because of those experiences, I can't hold any ill will towards the fairies. It is because that I end up with a great physics. I was granted the spear. But I don't know much about the fairy that took me in. It's probably because they took in and raised so many human children. Around the time I became a full-fledged human soldier, I heard the fairy who had taken us all away from the farm had passed away. The school where we were all raised was closed down, and I left Salisbury. After that, I traveled around to hone my skills and was working as a bodyguard in certain forests. When I received a nomination for the games in Camelot, I was told I'm sure you'll get good result. The Tournament of Robins 5 years ago. I heard about that at Human Night events all the way to the finals. So that was you, Principal. Yeah, I was lucky enough to make it that far. I didn't do so well at the end though. I'm glad I was able to talk to Queen Morgan in person. That's how I was able to make this decision. The Queen saw humans and fairies alike as tools. She had no intention of reforming the Fairy Kingdom. After realizing this, I thought about it in my own way. I will create an organization that will support the child prophecy that will be soon appear. I see. Well, you started out as just a rebel. Did Oberon put you in charge of the Round Table Army? Yes, we were working as guards protecting merchants from Moors when Lord Oberon appeared. You told me you won't achieve anything doing that, Percival. Your painstakingly coated white light will go rusty. He then started managing us. Before I knew it, our rebel band had become the Round Table Army. I see. Oberon is a real smooth talker, huh? Oh, what's that white light you mentioned? You can beat the crap out of fairies despite having a human body, so it must be a pretty amazing skill. No, the white light is the spear. It is the spear of selection. It's a weapon Toniko used to carry. The fairy who took me in gave it to me. Said the spear answer only to the instance. It cannot be handled by fairies. Selection, is that the same as a tourist staff? I wonder, they are a little different. One's a staff and one's a spear. I get the same feeling, but it has no substance anymore. This spear is amazing, but I feel like it's not chosen anymore. You too, well, when I hold it, I get the same sensation. A strong feeling, sadness and regret that flows into me and rips at my body. The lamentation in this spear pours out as magical energy and shines like tears when night swung. This is why it's called white light. This spear has become something that defeats fairies instead of saving them. And truly, it's not a weapon that should be used. but it's the only thing that can be sent up to the Fairy Knights. But it's set only to be for an instant. Sooner or later, I won't be able to use it anymore. That's not true. You're a fine, outstanding man, Principal. You're the ideal knight protecting weak and reforming the selfish. There's no way you're guilty of anything. If that was the case, I had to be thrown in prison for the crime of weakness long ago. That's an exaggeration, but they say weakness is a sin, Yerf. First of all, we'll be at dawn soon. It took a forced march, but we made it in time. Should we deploy as soon as we crest the hill? Yeah, I'm leaving command to London. I'd like you two to hold out for an hour. The Chat Prophecy and I will flank Norwich ahead of you. We'll get in through the sewer system. The Count open up and renders thy base with the anti-speaking force in the city. We'll then start a riot on the inside and take advantage of chaos. Open the gate from the inside. As soon as the gate opens, your troops will wrest control the ramparts from the Queen's soldiers. We will then reconvene, spread out, and crush the remaining soldiers inside Norwich. After all the hostile enemies have taken out, we'll surround the Veld fortress. Understood, don't get too reckless, Commander. Same to you, Aurel. Sorry to leave you with the difficult job again. I've gotten used to it. Chat Prophecy, take care of Percival. Here's the plan. From here on, we're on our own. Before daybreak, we'll sneak into Norwich and make a big ruckus. This will be a long battle. Hope you're prepared, Yuki. Welcome, welcome. You're right on time, Yuki. Count Pepper on. I'm the one who asked this favor, so I showed up whether you came in through the sewer or the morgue. Let's see, the ones who came in are Miss Da Vinci, Little Old Muramasa, and Gareth, and Habitat, and... Oh my goodness! An enemy? Wait, what? Where? Where are they? Oh, I'm scared. Save me, Percy boy. Percy boy. Use his real name, Pepe. Right, sorry about that. I've never seen his type before, so I got a little carried away. Welcome to the series Norwich. You're a principal of the Round Table Army, right? I'm Count Pepperon. Just call me Count. Ah, you are. I'm sorry for Marinus. I thought you were some kind of fairy dead lord living in under Norwich. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am principal of the Round Table Army. Yeah, my thanks for bringing the crisis here to our own attention. I should be thanking you. You're the ones who will be shedding your own blood. Oh, there's one missing. Where's that kiddo, Yuki? You mean... Oberon? Oberon didn't set foot on the battlefield. He's more like a chess grandmaster type, putting all the pieces in the right place. I'm talking about that spirit little bunny, Red Rabbit. Red Rabbit stayed behind in London. He said he wouldn't come if he couldn't pull his carriage. Oh, what a shame. Though he might actually be pretty smart. That must be Aurora's upbringing at work. Oh, shall I show you the way? Once we're above the ground, we'll split into two groups. B team will draw the Queen soldiers into the main street, and C team will open the main gate. B team will be Otoria Muramasa, and C team will be Principal Gareth and Habitat. Chaldea Yuki should support both teams. Chaldea Yuki and Da Vinci should support both teams. We're outnumbered, so if you don't want to run around, both teams will be over to run. You can do that much, can't you? You come this far, after all. I see there's no A team. Maybe one day, when you finally get big enough, Yuki. You, me, and Kato can chorus up the A-team. Oh, that'd be such fun. Understood then. Yeah, so begins the Battle of Norwich. Let's run Spriggan down. Lord Spriggan, the Round Table armor has begun assaulting the main gate. The Round Table armor is different from other rebel groups. They're fundamentally a proper army in their own way. There's no way they will assault the walls with merely 300 men, perhaps. My lord, we have reported from soldiers stationed in the city. Rens are up in arms throughout the city. Their resistance has raised their flag against the queen, and with them is a child prophecy among them. Sir, she is. Why is the citizen moral so high, and soldiers are at loss for what to do? How perfect. My lord, please calm yourself. We need your orders. Worry not. I have perfect command for my fuck cookies. Relay this to the soldiers. Stay at your post until Queen Armies is overrun. After that, either surrender or fall back to the Vault Fortress. Keep from harming the citizens as much as possible. Keep them on defensive. Understood. Only the Queen Soldier will fight the Child Prophecy. We are merely protecting Norwich. Think of it that way. And have the Bell Tower garrison stand down. I will only greet the boy there. Yes, sir. Now, it's time to show us what you can do. I'm counting on you, you keep counting. Everything depends on you. If the Child Prophecy has even a chance of winning, then investing in her isn't a bad idea. I'm getting sick of deceiving the eyes of all these fairies anyway. Right, we're just about done here. We'll take care of the rest on our own. Head for the gate. Ahead of us, Yuki. Don't rely on principle. Garrett tends to bite off more than she can chew, so please look out for her. Both of you, be careful. Report from Captain Linden. We gained total control of the South District. Report from Captain Aurora. The Queen forces surrounding the main gate have lost 20% of their force and have withdrawn. Alright, advance to the North District. We're heading for the Vault Fortress. Take the ones who surrender into custody and leave them with Aurora's unit. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm beat. This is harder than I thought. Here, have a shot. You two stay here. Murmas Arturia, Da Vinci Yuki. We'll break in the Vault Castle ourselves. You good? Good or bad, I'm coming regardless. I wanted my shot at the Spriggan. Yeah, just one more push. So lively. Good thing I went to the effort to prepare our way in. Now the Queen soldiers are stationed at the Vault Fortress. From now on, we'll be only facing Spriggan's guards. Wait, is the fortress door already open? Actually, looks like there's no soldier inside. Has the belt been left undefended? Is it a trap? Oh, yeah, probably. But it's not set for us. It's a trap for Arturia, for Child Prophecy, and for Queen Morgan. Spriggan's a shredded one. He's offering us the bell himself. Well, I'm not sure what to make of it, but he probably thinks there's no profit in protecting Bell. He's probably trying to surrender in such a way that doesn't appear to be rebelling against the Queen. He was saying it was a Child Prophecy who rang the bell and I had nothing to deal with it. It's unexpected. Thought we wouldn't be able to take over Norwich without ringing the bell.
Spriggan is withdrawing his forces. He's showing that he no longer has the will to fight. In terms of gaining control of Norwich, we already finished. There's no need to ring the bell anymore. But what comes next is up to the child prophecy. If you ring it, there's no turn back. The real war will begin. Peace be to play it into his hand, but this bitch hand will get. Let's do it. The bell side. Spriggan's in there. From the way he handled the comedy and now this, we can't let him run loose anymore. I want to know exactly what he thinks he's doing as a leader of the Earth clan. We see none of his soldiers. They say nothing. Spriggan himself was almost too easy to get to spar. This is giving me some readback vibes. There's something in here. Be careful. Ooh. Catless, where are you, Catless? I can smell paradise. I can hear Avalon. I see. You finally come. Magic energy converging soon. This is seriously, it's a night call. The one who will save us. The one who has unfastened Britain. Oh, my dead flesh is a curse, but the Earth planet will gladly give up their soul. It's in exchange for a blood of flesh and blood. It's completely dissipated. Seems like it's remained here as a pure dead lord for a long time. Probably didn't have a very good death. May you rest in peace now, old man. Anyway, it doesn't seem like there's anything left in our way. All that's left is ring the bell. Well, splendid. Simply splendid. You've done a wonderful job exercising the Wraith haunting this tower for the last 100 years. This is exactly what it means to solve a problem quickly and skillfully. Truly the most heartwarming sight since I came to this very kingdom. I, Spriggan, am enthralled by your power once more. Spriggan. Well, it seems the air is still hostile even though the battle is over. The Round Table Army has defeated Queen's soldiers sent to Norwich. Thanks to you, Norwich has been freed from the Queen's tyranny. As the City Lords, I could not be more pleased. What do you say? Allow us to toast your victory. Oh, are you lacking in manners? My apologies. How insensitive from you. If you're leaving, then please do not mind me. My soldiers will make way for you. I heard it was you who asked for aid from the Queen's army. And now you're saying you have nothing to do with them. I'm certainly conveyed to Her Majesty Norwich was badly damaged by the calamity. I requested the soldier to assist with the reconstruction. It is the only natural act for a lord. It seemed that some of them were rather harsh in their action in subduing the rebels. But you prevented that as well. You have my thanks. You're saying that the count tips we got that said you intended to purge all the anti-Queen rebels here was wrong? Fine, we have no way to verify that now. But what will you do now? Your city has been conquered. The citizen frustration with you has been boiled over. Do you really have the legal way of betraying the fact with us? How can you say that? You're quite the mean-spirit one, Leonardo da Vinci. It is true, Norwich has been conquered, but that is merely temporary. If the Round Table Army is being led by the Child Prophecy, then your only objective is the spell. We should have no intention of taking control of Norwich for yourselves. While you plan to use it as your base, that is a different story. The city is not defensible, at the least. If you prefer to not repeat the mistakes of Sheffield, then I will not stop you. No point in that. No need to deal with him. I'll be wasting time questioning him about his crime. Because he doesn't think he's done a single thing wrong. Open, when did you get here? Just now, the trick with the restaurant worked out pretty well. Glad to see everything went well here too, as expected with Principal. But there's nothing more to be done. If you couldn't kill Spriggan during the confusion of the battle, then now you must leave him be. Unless of course you want to lose control of Norwich. You don't want that, do you? Lose control of Norwich. What must I explain to you, Lord Fergin Magus? I know I'll sum it up. Spriggan showed his neutrality to insist he's done his job as Lord. For this reason, the peers still see as one. Therefore, if you kill him while he's open to negotiate, the citizens will be angered. That's not all. The craftsmen who live here hate the guy, but the citizens who aren't. The ones using craftsmen here can't make do without Spriggan. Remember how Norwich is in the middle of becoming a city of humans. For those who want to make money, Spriggan policies are a must. He's a skeevy son of a bitch who got the half of the people here backing him and the other half calling him for his hide. You can't just kill him without reason. We're more likely to raise the public ire that way. More importantly, while Spriggan to negotiate with the Queen, Norwich will be occupied by the Queen's force as a rebel stronghold. You can't protect the city, Norwich will be destroyed. Is that what you're saying? Quite so. No matter what, when you kill the head of the state, you kill the country. If you wish for Norwich destruction, then you should execute me here and now. This isn't a bluff, you're being serious. You don't care about the safety of the Earth Clan, and you don't want to protect Norwich. But you don't value your own livelihood. I don't understand. I can understand what your objective is. You're acting like a... It's like a human. You're no fairy, Spriggan. A changeling who drifted into a fairy kingdom of Britain from proper human history, right? I wouldn't joke about that. There's no way a clan head could disguise something like that. For fairies, the distinction between human and fairy comes down to smell, magical energy, and looks. Each fairy has their own unique look, so if there are fairies who look like humans, if you can clear those 3 hurdles, then you can pass yourself as one. For scent, you can make perfume. The amount of magical energy you have can be multiplied by wearing a mystic coat, and as for your looks, yeah, if only your ears look close enough. If you just perform cosmic surgery on your excrement, then a human body won't be adversely affected. The only thing I'm wondering about is your age. It's been 100 years since you became Lord of Norwich. You can only hide aging so much. What's going on under that makeup? I don't know what you could possibly talk about, but I indulge you. Suppose I was human from the same lens as Master Yuki. Does that give you some idea what my objective might be? I have no attachment to Queen Fairies or Britain in the very least. I were no longer able to where I came from. I can no longer even return to being who I was once before. What most important to me is a home where you feel safe. You're rather out of touch with reality, but you get the general idea. Who sits on the throne makes no difference to me, but be it Her Majesty or the Child Prophecy. So long as I can protect this Belt Fortress, I'm the Lord of Norwich after all. Nevertheless, the trick to surviving is serve the strongest. For now I serve Her Majesty. What happens next depends on you. See, he's not your ally nor your enemy. Guys like this are absolutely worse to deal with. Well, as long as the bell is rung, we have no need for Norwich. It's a town without an army after all. No matter how far they go, Spriggan forces are just a private army. They're no threat to the Round Table, even if we ignore them. Indeed, do you all understand? Is there no value in killing me? Splendid. Then the jester will hide himself in a corner of stage. Please use the pregame bell as you please. But that's right. Jesters should be jesters in their own way. When the Child Prophecy cast down the Queen, my days will be numbered. Now let's get down to business. Arthur, have you made up your mind? Salisbury, Gloucester, Norwich, and London. The city of wind, where human and fairy live together. Glamorous yet lonesome city of flowers. The city of Smith, where fairies and humans came together to compete, deceive, and help each other. An abandoned city full of injured, anxious people who yet fought of others with a smile. 16 years, the time I spent in Tintango as a child prophecy. Autoria. Right, I'll ring the bell. I know what I need to do. Avery, please stand back. The Song of Paradise, the chant of the inner sea, which born, chosen, predestined, confirmed. The poem beginning, showing the lost child the way home, their sins shall be forgiven. What, isn't it too early for lunch? Wait, that's not the Cafe 100 chime, is it? That's weird, I feel strangely happy and yet sad. A nostalgic sound makes my heart wrench. Lady Aurora, could this be the pilgrim's bell? It's a bell in Norwich, signaling the Earth plan's acknowledgement. It seems that thing went well, Oberon. I feel a bit sorry for what was though. Congratulations, Autoria. Thank you, Yuki. Now we too can finally move forward as well. This sound, it seems to resonate throughout all of Britain. This wavelength is more like joy. Makes sense now. That is what they meant by pilgrim. The first. I'm relieved that girl is finally showing her worth as a child prophecy. I wonder what was going to happen when she accepted that invitation to Camelot. Now the war really begins. I'm looking forward to this, Kaya. Your Majesty or child prophecy, the Fairy Knights or the Round Table Army. Who will fall first? Who will have the last laugh? Who will you bet on, Kaya? Could Kaudia be the dark horse? Kaudia has no chance of winning. After all, they're not even at peace on this board this time. Albert, indeed. Brave betting Kaudia is not a bad choice. After all, from here on out, Stalking the Fair Kingdom is going to crash and hard. If you know that, don't you think you should look into alternatives? Don't be silly. After preparing the board for this long, there's no way I'm dropping out of the game. This was Kaya. No matter what happens, I'll carry out my justice. Lady Murrin. Well, so that's the sound of pilgrims though. It doesn't resonate with anything myself, but good thing Norwich caved in. Looks like that girl finally grew some backbone. That is how my rival should be. Just ring a bell or two for me, would you? This awful sound. This is the sound of the pilgrim's bell? What if the soldier sent to Norwich? What does the Lord Brigand have to say for himself? It's a child prophecy. That girl collaborated with the Round Table Army to invade Norwich. What the world was what it was doing? How could he miss the Round Table Army marching while in Oxford? It's just as BGM said, we should have captured and killed her when we had the chance. Quiet, quiet, please. The 30 ambassador and 100 government officials gathered here will cease their discussion. It is edict of Her Queen Majesty Queen Morgan. is a mantra of Her Majesty Queen Morgan. The pilgrim bells has been rung. Tell the lords, tell all the fairies. From here on, I no longer recognize the child prophecy as a subject of mine. She's now an enemy of the fairy kingdom. Those who join her are to be considered the same. In my fairy kingdom, such enemies are to be crushed, to be destroyed. They deserve not even a shred of mercy. I hereby order Wildboris, the Lord of Oxford, to assault London. The result of this battle will determine the charge the neglecting march on Norwich. Shirkin, there is no land in Britain that should welcome the child prophecy. Oh, Her Majesty the Queen has made her decree. The evil child prophecy comes to an end here. A war has begun. Oh man, this is gonna be so much fun. The last century has been so dull, I'll be able to hear the screams of those screaming low-class fairies again. Thank you, child prophecy. Thank you, Round Table Army. Thank you for letting us kill each other again. When they saw they could prepare for war, they all raced it to be the first one back. So easily bored, so easily bloodthirsty. 2,000 years, yet fairies remain the same as ever. Portunes, a wicked night portunes. Sire, guard Knight Portunes at your command. It is honored to be released from the chessboard. It has been 200 years, yet Her Majesty's beauty has not diminished in the slightest. A fine greeting. As the current state of the kingdom, drink. This is the water of conveyance, containing a record of the last 200 years. Then if I may, be so bold. I understand that barter is some prophecy left behind by my lord Einzel, the child prophecy. What of the rest of the Miro clan? Who is the one current lord after Einzel? Every last one of them vanished. You're the last one of your kind, Portunes. That is what an ironic fate. I think that I will be the survivor after parting ways with Einzel and becoming Her Majesty Knight. It is the best future someone like you could see. You judged it correctly. The truth is, you who survived long enough to see the seer. Now put your crisis avoiding foresight to good use. You'll be eating Fairy Knight, Gawain, and Lancelot. The time's come, you understand your part. Yes, we of the Royal Guard understand the will of Her Majesty. You want the two Fairy Knights to conquer London, but first they will be stationed at Oxford, correct? Has your mind grown dull as well? What was this 70% for London? The Fairy Knights will be given a different mission. There are other bugs to squash. The attack on London is but a slideshow. At last, bell. Autoria. Eh? What? I'm glowing all over. Water, get some water. She's hot. She's about to burst into flames. Da Vinci, don't you have some rabbit cooling things or something? I did as a grandma, but not now. What the heck was that just now? Yeah, sorry, I lost myself for a second. That wasn't part of the prophecy, so... Still. I know that was... Yeah, you're right. It is... It might not be fair, but I get it. When you look at me that way, I start to feel anxious. Did I do something? No, it's not that. Turt, aren't you feeling incredibly strong? Is she powered up? I can do this one, yeah, that's fine. Freaking 5. That's fine, I'll just do freaking 5. My body is tingling all over. What happened? Whoa, whoa. She's awake, she's awake. She's waking up. Tonelico, the weird person, the one wearing the iron armor. Can I beat her up? Can I beat her up? She's definitely a bad fairy. Habitat, I'm glad you're safe. Thank goodness. There was an awful lightning strike and I thought Norwich might have turned down. No witch? What are you talking about? Did you come here from the woods there? Huh? This is the coast. Where's Norwich? Where's Senpai and Notoria? What in the world happened, Habitat? What happened in Norwich? What the hell is Norwich? Never heard of it, and that isn't my name. I'm in Totrot. Very nice, Totrot. Don't mistake me for someone else, don't you dare. Huh. Abenyan? That sounds way better than the cries of a gremlinkin. Tonelico. Tonelico. This is amazing. This girl's amazing. She speaks amazing words. I don't even know what they mean, but they are amazing. She's definitely a mage like you. Yes, yes. Let's stop lumping in magecraft for things. You simply haven't heard of Totrot. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm in Tonelico, and this is Totrot. And this is brilliant lands of the Fae. Can you tell us your name, stranger? It is distant. We met here. It's Starline. We may be lend you our strength. Yes, my name is Maxakito. Tonelico. Are you the savior Tonelico? Whoa, so you know who I am. Are you from Lundium? I must at least caught a word of a fairy as powerful as you. I came to Eastern Shore because I detected a great magecraft being used here, similar to that of the Infinity Mirror. Oh, are you perhaps a fairy from the north? Did you transport fail and you got flung in the middle of nowhere like this? Fairy from the north? Are you associated with Queen Maeve? How can that be when you're this cute? Then she is our enemy. Should we attack her, Toniko? Of course not. Shut your mouth for a second, Tarot. Let's relocate for now, Mash. Our camp is in the woods over there. We could be really interrupted by the Moors around here, so let's continue talking in a safe place. Let's continue with this side of the story, shall we? Mash, having protected Yuki and Otoria, was spirited away by Morgan's water mirror. After a moment of darkness, she woke up on a beach she had never before seen. Thick fog all around obscured her view, and the sound of crashing waves filled her ears. On the northern horizon was a fantasy tree that had grown tall enough to reach the heavens. The fairies called it the World Tree. What surprised her more than anything was that there aren't any walls. There isn't a wall of lights around Britain anywhere. Nothing exists around the island of Britain except for a sea of white. This was the island Britain around 24,000 years ago, before Mash's arrival in the year 2017 of the Queen's calendar. The year 400 of Fairy Calendar, the story of the Age of Destiny, and the last battle of the saber known as Toliko. Okay. I don't know why. For some reason, that always happens. I guess that's it for today. Now, see you next time. For tomorrow, I guess. So next one will be 13. Section 13. So I'm very close to where I was last at. So I'm close to 17 now. So maybe during the weekend I can get to that, maybe. The length's not long enough. Okay, bye bye. Thanks for coming to the stream.